And you're joined by myself, Alex, here in Okakuyo at the moment. We did just have a wonderful wildebeest bull, but he's just moved off from the water. Doves about in their numbers. Blacksmith lapwings calling away. And a rather overcast start to our Escape to Nature. Of course, Escape to Nature is a live and immersive experience, so if you do have any questions or comments, things you'd like to know, or any points of interest, please do send those through for us. It's always fantastic when we get to interact with you guys anyway. But rather calm at the moment, not too much wind. That's one of the red-billed spurfowl as well calling in the background. I'm hoping for a rather busy day here in Okukuyo. But at the moment, patients here engaged. There was a springbok about as well. No doubt the rest of the critters will be out and about and coming to join us throughout the course of today. There's the little grebe as well, scooting about the Okukuyo waterhole at the moment. Otherwise, a rather serene start to today. Good morning, Jody. Thanks very much. And yes, most certainly it will be a serene start. Just waiting to see. There is something coming down to us. It looks like it may be a lone zebra. It is quite far away, so we'll just wait for that to get down to us. And we'll see what unfolds. So nice just to sit back and enjoy a bit of quietude at the moment. Blacksmith lapwings, blacksmith lapwings being rather active and vocal. And as I said, quite a bit of dove activity. No doubt we'll hear some of the Namakwa spurfowl, see them probably in little flocks. It does look like this herbivore is coming down to join us. So who else will join us? We'll just have to wait and see. No doubt we will have a lot of action. It's a quiet start. So I did just touch on it being rather overcast, not too windy, but it is time for us to also have a look and see what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So as you would have seen, it is probably going to be rather hot towards mid-afternoon here in Okukuyo. More than likely this cloud cover will burn off. Perhaps we will get some last bits of precipitation. Would be rather great for the area. Nice to see one last green flush before we go back into dry seasons and drier, more arid moments. So I for one am hoping out and holding out for that. It would be rather enjoyable. Clearly is a little bit of a system around somewhere, so perhaps isolated pockets here and there, and more than likely overnight, early morning. It does look like one zebra slowly making its way down, so we'll be joined by the zebra shortly. So if you have tuned in, you most certainly will be able to hear that little clicking sound. I do apologize for it. We are working on it. And hopefully it will be gone in the next few moments. But the zebra has joined us, and with it being rather clear, there's a lovely silhouette that we are getting off the top, the surface of Okukuya waterhole right now. Quite a cool little cloud cover over there. Nice to see the blue hue coming through as well from the sky. A rather peaceful scene. Hi, Helena. Well, because it's obviously rather dry in the area, and over those dry months, you probably expect to see large numbers of most of the plains game that is here. So probably an uptick in giraffe and elephant activity. We should still be seeing very good numbers of zebra and the springbok, the two most populous of the herbivores here. And greater numbers of kudu, impala, wildebeest, gemsbok, perhaps some of the other rarer things, so, or less common to see. Let me actually say it like that. So things like eland, I have once seen red hartebeest as well, so perhaps we'll see different animals starting to come out as well. Perhaps some of the smaller things too. I haven't seen a jackal for some time. Also haven't seen lion in a while either. Of course, there are good black rhino in the area too, but we try not to show them at the moment, just to not give off any locations for any nefarious creatures or characters that are out there wishing to take a rather horrendous bounty off of those really prehistoric and fantastic pachyderms. Also seeing the number of warthog as well here and there, so they'll probably also pop out. But we should also then hopefully get the breeding herds of the elephant as well, not just the bulls. We've seen the bulls of late. We haven't seen a breeding herd in some time, but that would be quite cool. So just enjoying quiet moments here. There's one zebra that is down at the water currently, and probably is quite cool at the moment. So with that, I'll probably find that a lot of the animals are trying to capitalize on cooler weather. I'm going to get in that breakfast for now, and then as it warms up, slowly coming down to the water's edge. It remains to be seen though, and we'll just have to wait and see how that all pans out. But that at least is my thinking for the moment. That zebra slowly making its way off. The red-billed spurfowl calling in the distance, quite far away, but audible at least. And still the most prevalent of any of the species at the moment, the doves. So that zebra has moved off. Just see kind of the outline of it, and you can actually see it moving off at the moment. Little grebes still about, doves here and there. There's some audio of the European bee-eaters. There was an acacia-pied barbet as well a couple of moments ago. I'm just waiting to see who else comes down to join us. So a rather quiet start today in Okukuyo. Nice to see the zebra. No doubt we will see more of them. It's time for us to head across to Nick and say good morning to him in Kariega.
Good morning from Kariega Game Reserve down here in the Eastern Cape. I'm so glad that you could join us here this morning. My name is Nick and I'll be your photo naturalist for today. And we've started the day off with a little bit of rain, and now the sun's actually trying to make a little bit of a comeback, which is always very welcome and always nice to see. Just remember, this is a live and interactive experience. So if you're watching this on our app or our website, you can register so you can ask us some questions. I'd love to know what you're thinking, what you'd love to see. If you'd like to know any photographic tips, or if there's anything. And if you are watching on YouTube, please do hit that subscribe button. Thank you to everybody who has donated so far. Please keep those donations coming in as well. They are much appreciated, and they definitely help in helping us to connect people to nature, like this lovely scene of wildebeest that we've got. Yeah, so like I was saying, we have had a little bit of rain this morning. It wasn't sort of hard torrential rain, but it was just kind of a really steady drizzle. And it's really only in the last sort of 15 minutes or so that there's a bit of sun that started to peek through. It's actually quite unexpected, because even not more than 25 minutes ago it looked like it was, if anything, getting a bit darker. So this is great to see, you know. It'll hopefully rouse our animals to get up and start moving around. It has been a little bit of a quieter morning here at Kariega, but as always, it is amazing to just be out in nature, spending a bit of time out and about and seeing the comings and goings of all of the different species. With the sun does make such a difference to, you know, to obviously birds, what they get up to, as well as birds. And then even for us, you know, you just feel so much more kind of upbeat if there's a little bit of sunlight around. It just does so much. You know, there's been so many studies and things that have been done that, you know, recommend that in terms of your health. Obviously, sleep is going to be a massive one. Excuse me. But getting sunlight is another big one. So I am soaking up the sunlight, thawing out with a lot of the animals. But I think for now, let's take you back across to Okuyo.
Thanks, Nick. And an action-packed filled Okukuyo, as you can see at the moment. It's a little bit of helmeted guinea fowl audio coming through at the moment. So it seems that the birds are definitely out and about. But our four-legged friends giving us a bit of a runaround at the moment. Nice to just sit back and enjoy some of the morning chorus. Always rather relaxing. Hi, John Terry. Thank you very much for your question. And I suppose I've had a number of them. I've mentioned one of them before, though, witnessing a mating pair of leopards kill a aardvark. That was quite interesting. I've seen a baboon troop go after pretty much almost mature leopard cubs. It was rather interesting to watch as well, the dynamic of the troop going after the leopard cubs, and leopard also going back after some of the adult baboon males that had come through for that. It's quite an intimidating scene. It was rather intense. Witnessed elephant funerals. I'm just trying to rack my mind here in terms of some of the other really interesting things that I have seen, at least that I found quite enjoyable. Impala practicing Australophagia, that was quite cool. Practice of Australophagia when herbivores, in particular in that case, our impala were eating leftover bones from an old carcass to supplement calcium that isn't in their diet, wasn't in their diet, or the lack thereof in the dry season. Black mamba hunting and being attacked by Birchall's kukels. That was quite interesting to watch as well. Giraffe fighting, interesting to see. Hyena hunting white-tailed mongoose. Of course, any other hunt rather exciting, although probably not for the faint of heart. Seen some very cool wild dog things, lovely cheetah sightings as well. An aardwolf was really cool a couple of years ago. Played with pangolins. So yeah, lots, I suppose. Kind of tough to get them all into one kind of slate. But I suppose certain areas have different things, and different sightings have different meanings, and at times, and at different times in your life, different things that you appreciate, really. I, for one, love sitting with elephant, on foot or in a vehicle. black rhino sightings, always special, or any rhino sighting really. And I suppose sometimes the magnitude of the species that you're watching. So large herds of buffalo, for example, a massive herd of elephant as well, big crashes of rhinos, quite a fair amount. Always also interesting watching some of the other things as well. So things like that Inyala dance, it's always quite fascinating to watch. I love sitting with baboons, always interesting to play with as well, in terms of watching them playing around and kind of just enjoying the semantics within troop life. And of course, you get the other things that tug on your heartstrings as well. So perhaps when an older cat or something is on the way out and maybe being tormented by things like hyena or something like that, not necessarily the easiest thing to see, or in particular when warthog and when that aardvark was killed, the audio that is given off for that, they really do squeal and make a loud noise. But the smaller things are also special. Mongoose in particular, I've got a big soft spot for them. I grew up with bush babies on my roof, both the lesser and then having thick-tailed bush baby as well. Kind of almost resident and playing on top of the roof and that as well, and even fighting. So that was quite an interesting one to watch. And I've had a lot of run-ins with hyena over the years. They really do know how to sow chaos. But yeah, lots. I can probably go on for quite a long time, but yeah, those are some of the special ones I've been privileged to witness. We've got some black-faced impala that are coming down right now. And it looks like a lone gemsbok as well. So 2 black-faced impala rams, 1 gemsbok as well. And it looks like a lone springbok also joining the fray. Which is rather cool because we effectively have now seen 4 different mammal species. So long may this trend last or continue. And perhaps it's probably too cool for the gemsbok to wade right in at the moment. So we'll just have to wait and see. It looks like that wildebeest has also kind of set itself to rest just off the one tree line over there, a clump of foliage. And springbok numbers growing, are quite camouflaged when they come down. They blend in very well into the concrete and obviously the surrounds. Hi Lebu, thanks very much for your question. And it is a pumped waterhole, so it is man-maintained, but with the rain kind of halting at the moment and the amount of zebra activity we have had, the amount of water that was in here because of all that rain has diminished quite substantially because of all that zebra activity. Of course, also elephants taking large number of liters themselves, but with the number of zebra, them really consuming the bulk majority or the bulk amount of that water that had kind of come down and ran off into the waterhole. But this is probably the level that it will stay at for quite some time now, unless it does rain. We'll just have to wait and see. It looks like we've got one springbok that is decided to venture, perhaps a little bit too cool. Quite cool watching that. It looks like the gemsbok is going to get in a little deeper. So these two, definitely 2 antelope that favor wading into the waterhole the most. The zebra also get pretty deep in as well, although they're not antelope. Herbivores though, anyway. So still peaceful scenes, but the activity definitely kind of picking up. I'm sure we will have larger numbers of all of these species at some point throughout the day as well. Be interesting to see how many of the Adams storks, if they are still around, do come through. Perhaps that'll only start to happen from around 11:30 or so anyway, towards midday. Something to keep an eye on anyway. Otherwise, just a nice way to spend a morning start here. Just watching as the antelope and the different antelope go about getting that water in their systems.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So you'll be able to hear a bit of that European bee-eater vocal at the moment. A couple of springboks have come through to join us. There's two right in front of us, one just off on the left. Gemsbok just off, kind of on that game trail, off away from the waterhole. And it looks like the two impala rams are probably going to follow suit. That remains to be seen. The Gemsbok just moving to the center, really going in a westerly direction. Looks like we've got some, I think, zebra coming down there. I can see them moving down towards us. We'll have to wait and see when they get a bit closer. Could be wildebeest as well. Quite tough to make them out from that distance. We will confirm once they are about. Hi, boy. Thanks for your question. And yes, they do. I personally have seen lion and jackal at this waterhole. And I suppose the one that we could expect during the course of today would perhaps be a jackal, although rather tough. You can't get too close in, and they do move rather quickly, and they can be rather camouflage amongst the concrete as well. So the chance of us picking one up, unless it's at the water, probably quite tough. Starting to get those Namakwa sandgrass right now, loving to hear them. But yes, we have seen the lion and the jackal. There are spotted hyena around. There are also cheetah and there are leopard around in Natasha too. But the two predators that I've seen being lion and jackal. There are also a number of other smaller predators though too, so African wildcat and also caracal and that will be around. But also quite tough to pick out and probably more active during the later hours of the evening as well. So at the moment, just engaging patience gears, waiting to see who may come down and join us at the water's edge. Just listening to a number of the bird vocals that are about. So peaceful little interlude, a nice way to immerse ourselves with the happenings of the Okakuya waterhole. So a nice little herd of springbok have come through to join us, and you'll see the silhouette of them just on the other side of the waterhole for the moment. So quite cool. Nice to watch them being rather relaxed. Clearly nothing, any real stress-inducing kind of caliber of character around at the moment. These guys enjoying a rather relaxing start to their Thursday morning. Hi, T-Money. Thank you very much for your question. And I wouldn't say that it's actually that salty within the waterhole itself, because the water is pumped. Of course, there is this concrete that is around, and that is the remnants of that old lake, ancient inland sea. Of course, there are saline deposits within that concrete, though. So if it does break down, or perhaps get eroded within there, then yes, of course, that silt will then carry that as a byproduct then. You'll probably find that this water is quite alkaline at the moment, and not necessarily acidic or too salty. But clearly the animals can handle it. Obviously have a far better way of being able to ingest any of this kind of water. If you as a human being were to take in any of this though, you would definitely have a few problems. Definitely not a very pleasant time afterwards, just because of the number of bacteria and that are found or present within it. Of course, the antelope and animals that do come down also defecate in the water. It also means that they probably urinate as well. So a number of interesting little bacteria or loogies that could be found in here that definitely wouldn't sit too well with your stomach or the E. coli found within. Probably lead towards dehydration rather quickly. Had a number of zebra coming through for us, and rather special to have them always coming through like this. Good numbers. It'll be interesting to see who finishes kind of on top of the podium for today in terms of the amount of animals or numbers we've seen per species. At the moment, springbok are in the lead, but it looks like the zebra are about to overtake them. So we have separate harems coming down to join us. We've got one springbok that's wading pretty much into the center of the waterhole at the moment. But you can clearly see the different harems. So one coming off the one game trail. It looks like kind of three pockets or three separate harems coming down in this main grouping, really. Rather subdued for the moment. So I think that's also got to do with probably the coolness of the day. At least the start of the morning. Temperatures haven't risen too high just yet. So pretty much a rather enjoyable time if we are to be out here in Etosha. So you can hear that kind of clippity-clop of the hooves through the concrete as the zebra move down. It's always quite interesting hearing them do that. And of course they will churn the water up. There's one lone wildebeest with them. But as the numbers kind of grow and they kind of spread themselves throughout the water itself, it will disturb the silt and the deposit that is on the bottom there. And we'll just have to wait and see how this all goes down. There's the first of our Cape Crows for today. So our patience has paid off. We've got a very good number of zebra with us at the moment. One wildebeest as well that kind of seems to be within the traveling party. A couple of springboks still about. Looks like one or two of the impala as well. Just off in the distance there. But getting some lovely bird audio as well. Cape crows, acacia pied barbet, and the Makwa sandgrass. And we've had European bee-eaters, some doves, the starlings. So really quite a bit going on. The blacksmith lapwings, how could I forget them? And we've seen the little grebe as well. Hi Manny, thanks very much for your question. And yes, zebra are exclusive to Africa, although the family Equus is not. And we do get things such as the wild asses, so Indian wild ass. There's one or two also wild horses as well that are still left and present throughout the world. There's one in Asia that is very, very endangered as well as that Indian ass, and of course the Equus subspecies that are here in Africa, the African wild ass probably being the most endangered of those wild equine species. So it seems that it is getting a little bit windy and the camera is shaking. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Hopefully that will counteract that. I'll just have to wait and see. But with the wind, it is going to shake the camera a little bit, so do bear with us. We'll have to come back out a bit. Seems to be stabilizing a bit, but perhaps maybe one or two of the tourists that are underneath also bumping the pole that the camera is mounted on. Hi Melissa, thanks for your question. And it is thought that that is the case, where sometimes that role is then taken up by the oldest mare within the harem itself. Of course, the stallions then kind of leading or taking up the rear. Sometimes they also take the front though as well. So that role kind of can be split. But it is generally thought that one of the oldest mares who will know their way around will generally lead that harem around. Of course, the stallion though will also take up that duty too, and also decide to move on if and when danger may present itself, or perhaps there may be other bachelor stallion harems around or groupings around, maybe threatening him, and then trying to push on away from there. So we were also just talking about wild horses of the world and the wild, and there are a number of places where you do find wild horses, or in fact, really feral at the moment. They are completely independent of human beings, and in Namibia is a space where you can see them. It's a place in the Namib Desert, Oz, Namibia, where there are wild horses that can be found. And they're said to be the most wild and independent of those kind of feral or wild horses that are found around. Of course, these are generally the descendants of domesticated horses that were in an area or brought into an area that have since then kind of rewilded themselves. I know of another area here in South Africa, in Kaapsehoop, near the Barberton mountain range, where there are also wild horses. Of course, a number of other areas across the world, the Americas, there are some in Europe as well. And we know things like Brumbies and Mustangs as well. So, there are a number of different wild horses out there. But of course, there are true wild horses too. We touched on, obviously, the equine or Equus family already. The wild asses, the zebra. Of course, we do get wild horses as well. I'm trying to figure out the one that I am aware of. Its name is on the tip of my tongue. And as soon as I do remember it, I will call it out. And the one I was thinking of is called the Przewalski's horse. So it's a Mongolian wild horse. And it's very rare and endangered. And it comes from an area where we have spoken about as well previously, because of some of the birds that do migrate from that area, coming from the steppes of Central Asia. That's where we would find that Przewalski's horse. And just an interesting thing that I was able to find out now, the Przewalski's horse is actually the only undomesticated wild horse, surviving species of wild horse, really. So of course, all of them part of the Equus family. The horses being the Equus ferus. And in fact, that Przewalski would be the Equus ferus Przewalski. The last known of the wild horses, the true wild horses. But great to listen to the Makwa sandgrouse at the moment. Lovely to hear them. Nice herd of impala that's come through to join us now. The zebra moving off. So lots of action for us to sit back and enjoy at this present moment in time. Hi Gillian, thanks for your question, rather interesting. Of course, we've got the spiraled horned antelope, so kudu, inyala, bushbuck, setatunga, bongo, and the eland that are related to each other. Quite an interesting one in terms of a family line, or ones that share a common ancestor. It's that of the elephant. An aardvark being very closely related or sharing a common ancestor, a dugong, the dassie, I'm trying to remember the other name right now, I've got it on the tip of my tongue, and it should be one that I actually called first, to be completely honest, or the sengi being the other. So that's quite an interesting one if you consider how different all of those animals are. So the elephant shrew being the Sengi, Dasi as well, so the hyraxes. That'd be the rock, the tree. These are the ones that we get here in southern Africa. The dugong and aardvark, being close relatives or sharing a common relative really with the elephant. Dugongs really being rather special. They do also have tusks as well, very, very endangered. Perhaps only one true area where you could see them in any form of decent number really left in Africa, being in the Red Sea. There are pockets of them in Mozambique. It's thought that there's still some off the coast of Tanzania, and those that were found in Lamu around Kenya, it's thought that the last one sadly has perished. But the dugong does have a rather large distribution, kind of going from the southern tip of Mozambique all the way across to northeastern Australia. So kind of that encapsulating the whole of that Indian Ocean in terms of that. Primarily feeding on seagrass, obviously using that as a shelter as well. Very special animals. Of course, them also a little bit different to manatees in terms of what they feed on, how they feed. In Africa, we do get a species of manatee as well. That's on the west coast, up around the equator, around Nigeria, and those areas where we find West African manatee.
We hope that when you watch Wild Earth, you will fall in love with nature. We know that our explorers share a passion for nature and want to make a difference. Wild Earth Schools is back. Sign up to be an explorer and your subscription will help us reach the future conservationists of our planet. Invest in something that truly matters, encouraging children to care for our beautiful wild earth. Wild Earth Explorers, make a difference.
So a fair amount going on. springbok just in front of us. Impala still hanging about. Harem and zebra also here. It looks like 2 to 3 kudu that are also about. And you also pick up the audio of some Homo sapiens. They are tourists that are here visiting Okukuyo. Okukuyo is the main camp in Etosha, so do excuse them. And also the Makwa Sandgrass giving us some cool audio at the moment as well. So a very busy start it seems to be now. From what was one zebra to a plethora of different mammal species. Hi Hannah, and for me the highlights are always black rhino. They are my favorite of the pachyderms, so I always love them. For me that is a highlight. As I said though, we try not to show them, or at least I am not trying to show them at the moment, just because of the spike in poaching that has occurred here in Etosha. We did lose a rather large amount of black rhino last year, sadly. But they are definitely a highlight. It's always cool to see much revered and spoken about Etosha lions, if they are around. Going to be rather impressive, pretty formidable, and rather ferocious as well. And of course things like the Angolan giraffe, black-faced impala as well, so being arid specialists. And the elephants in the area, known as the white ghosts of Etosha. Of course, also nice to listen to and sometimes see any of these more kind of arid specialists of the bird species. They're always awesome to pick up on as well. But also nice to just see the diversity that does come through. So the healthy number of zebra that we have been seeing, a really large amount of springbok. Gemsbok are also rather spectacular, very regal antelope. And sometimes cool to pick up on some of the less common of the herbivores in the area. So I've seen eland, I've seen one lone red hartebeest here and there. There are mountain zebra around here, but we're not in the right area. Every now and then you'll actually be able to see these little flocks of the Namakwa sandgrass kind of descending down and fluttering down towards the water's edge. There we go on the far side. That is the Namakwa sandgrouse. There we go, flying over us now. Very cool little birds. But yeah, so I think those are really my true highlights, at least for now. I think really that stands out too much. There was actually once an encounter with a black rhino and a male lion. That was actually rather interesting to watch. But I think, yeah, it's kind of an all-round kind of perception or appreciation really of what does occur, what happens here. Really such a cool little vocalization of audio that they do give off those sandgrass. One of my favorite, at least here. Possibly them and the mourning dove being my two favorites. So a lot of the zebra moving off right now, kind of giving way to the springbok that have come down and joined us. Looks like the cloud cover slowly starting to burn off. Lots to take in now. And just enjoy it. Nice to sit back and enjoy the morning chorus of the birds, as well as this activity with all the different herbivores. So awesome times being spent here in Okakuyo. It is time for us to go and check in with Nick and see what's going on in Kariga.
We've managed to get ourselves a beautiful little surprise. So we've come further west, north and west from Scotia Dam itself. And we've come all the way to the top of a ridgeline. There is a nice big waterhole that's close by here. And we've managed to get ourselves our coalition of 2 dominant male lions. Which is awesome news. I feel like we're just having all the luck in the world. Obviously yesterday, if you were with us, during our escape to nature, we managed to find 3 lionesses. And now today we've got these 2 males, which is absolutely incredible. So in terms of distances from where we saw the lionesses yesterday to where we are today, quite a few kilometers. You know, obviously the road network, it zigzags and things like that, but as the crow flies, we're probably about 3 or 4 kilometers further to the north of where we were yesterday. And nice to see these boys again. We haven't seen them in a few days. But looking quite settled, quite happy where they are here. Similar types of behavior to what we were seeing with a lot of the other antelopes down by Scotia Dam. So we did have the sun kind of poking out while we were down there last. And now there's a dark band of clouds that's come in. The temperatures really dropped down. So it kind of feels like there wants to be a next wave of rain coming in. And these males have really settled down. In terms of where they were last seen, I was chatting to the guides and things, where they were last seen, from what I understand yesterday morning, was also a few kilometers away from here, further west of where we are now. So they've obviously moved a pretty good distance. They've more than likely been patrolling last night. And remember, lions are mostly nocturnal creatures. And it makes sense. When it's a little bit cooler, they can walk around, do a bit of scent marking, move from A to B when it's not going to... There we go, look at him sitting up there, it's beautiful. Yeah, so it kind of just makes sense in terms of expending energy and calories and things like that for them to be moving around at night time. So you can see when that male lifted his head up, that one on the right hand side, he is the lesser dominant of the two. So the one at the back on the left, he is the dominant male of the coalition. And you can see from this angle, both got beautifully dark manes and in good condition. Sandy 100%. These boys are beautiful. Nice thick manes, dark manes, you know, good body size. This one that's closest to us on the right, he is closest to us and he is facing to the right. Of the two, he is my favorite, just simply because he's got an absolutely stunning face. He doesn't have a lot of scratches or wounds or anything on his face. You know, whereas his brother, being the dominant one of the two, he's got a few more scratches and scars. He's got a few more stories to tell there. Obviously, he'll be asserting his dominance over carcasses. He has mated with females, so kind of along the way he'll pick up a scratch or two, a little wound or two. But it's a beautiful spot where they've got themselves here. I mean, the surrounding area around me is very thick, it's very dense. And they've literally plonked themselves. There's this little open clearing here that's probably in diameter, probably only about 40 meters, 50 meters wide or so. And they've plonked themselves right on the top here, which is incredible. You know, obviously if they were in the thickets, it's very difficult to see them. With all of the deep valleys and things that we've got, you know, a signal can become a bit of an issue if they're down in the bottom of the valley. So they've really read the script for us, resting up right at the top of the ridge line here. Shame, I think the flies are kind of bothering him just a little bit. You can see even his brother at the back there swatting his paw every now and then. So I'm kind of hoping that he does lift his head a little bit for us again, kind of peer over towards the west. I think the flies are really just giving him a tough time. Oh, there we go. That is a typical cat-like pose. So in terms of that position, we often see lions kind of doing that when they have had a little bit of a meal, you know, resting on the back like that's obviously taking all of the pressure off their stomach. You know, if they did have a lot of food on their stomach or in their stomach, it takes the pressure off of that. You know, obviously we've seen him lying down on his side, and we've kind of seen from the shape and the contour of his stomach that he's not overly full. So I think it's more of a kind of thing of him just trying to get comfortable at the moment. Oh goodness, he is making that look so comfortable. Look at that positioning of his front left leg there, how he's got his paw kind of draped over, resting on his stomach. Comical pose. But very peaceful up here. There's a little breeze pushing across here. I'm sure you can hear some of the Cape turtle doves calling behind me. There's a few canaries that are calling. I've heard black-headed oriole calling as well. Flopping back over. but awesome to be able to get these males so early on in the morning, at least in our escape to nature here. You know, they can be notoriously hard to find sometimes. You know, obviously with the typical vegetation type that we do have here. If they go into those thickets, it can make it very, very difficult to find them. So I think my plan of action, you know, at least for the next significant amount of time, is probably just to spend a bit of time with these males. Like I talked about, there is a waterhole that's not all too far away from where they are right now. And I mean, it's definitely not very hot today. You know, we've had some rain, we've got a lot of cloud cover here, so it's not like temperatures and things like that are going to, you know, push them towards that waterhole to go for a drink. But it would be absolutely amazing to see that. I have not seen these males actually having a drink before, so that would be a first for me. And I'm sure if that is a first for me, it will be a first for you as well. And yesterday we did start touching on the fact of camouflage when we were with those lionesses, and we were talking about how the dark sort of contrasting colors of these males' manes will give them away so much better, or so much more rather, than, you know, that overall tawny color of the lionesses. And you can imagine if you were with us during our escape to nature yesterday, we saw the lionesses kind of keeping quite low down in the grasses there. And you can imagine if these males were in sort of yellowy coloured grasses similar to their body, and they were kind of trying to hide down, how they would do so pretty successfully. But that darker colour of the mane would definitely give them away a lot easier and a lot faster than the lionesses. But look at the size of the paw of this male on the left as well. Massive. Frank, in terms of weight, I mean, I obviously don't know the specific number, but I'd probably say somewhere close to 240 or so, 220, 240, somewhere there. Remember, they are now, what are they, sort of a week and a half, 4.5 approaching 5 years, so they're definitely still going to get a little bit bigger, but I mean, they already are big. You know, we've seen them when they're up and walking. They're well developed, they've got big shoulder muscles. I mean, at shoulder height they're pretty tall. I wouldn't say that they're excessively tall at shoulder height for a male lion. But look at the size of that paw. You know, obviously, I mean, you look at dogs and things like that, and you always talk about like a puppy growing into his feet. You know, the paws are always massive. And obviously for these lions, a lot of their weight is at the front of the body. You know, you think of those thick set shoulders, it's a big broad chest. There's a lot more weight at the front of the body than the back of the body. So when you look at the structure of their paws, their front paws will be a lot bigger, a lot broader than their hind paws. You know, their hind paws will be a lot narrower, it won't be nearly as broad and wide as their front paws. And you can see there how they do have the 4 toes at the front of that paw. And you can slightly just see on the one that's kind of raised and facing towards us how they have those distinctive 3 lobes at the back of the track itself. which is similar to something like a leopard. Remember, when you start looking at other species like hyena, they will only have those 2 lobes at the back of the track. So in terms of identifying tracks between different species of animals, there's lots of different things that you look for. Obviously, your overall, your judgment call when you're looking at a track, you first of all decide, alright, is it a cat or is it maybe an antelope or something like that? If it's a cat, you can say, alright, all of the cats will have 4 toes, but then you can have a look, how many lobes are at the back? Is it 2 lobes or is it 3 lobes? Then, you have a look and see if there's any claws that are sticking out in the track. Remember, for both lion and leopard, their claws will be sheathed. So when they're walking along a road, when they're padding along the road and you have a look at that track, you won't see the claws in the track. Whereas something like a hyena or a cheetah, you would see those claws. So obviously lions and leopards do have a lot of similarities in terms of their tracks, both having 3 lobes at the back of the track. They don't show their claws in the track. Obviously overall your lion track will be much bigger than that of a leopard track. So that's going to be your giveaway. But then it can become quite tricky in terms of potentially like a big male leopard versus maybe a very young male lion. They might look relatively similar. Remember, for lions, their track is quite broad, in terms of the spacing from the pad to the toes, there's a little bit of space, whereas for a leopard track it's relatively compact. The toes are tightly placed just in front of the back pad itself, and like I said earlier, not a very big track. Yoshi, 100% it is. It's incredibly peaceful here. I don't know how many of the different birds in the background that you can hear, but there's a beautiful amount of different bird species that are calling. We talked about the canaries, talked about the oriole. I've also heard southern boo-boo since I've been here. I've heard Knysna woodpecker since I've been here. Can't say I've been actively looking around for birds too much. I've been more kind of focused on the lions. But there's a beautiful amount of bird activity. Just a gentle puffing of the breeze here, and the clouds are moving pretty quickly in the sky up above us. And these lions are really adding to the peacefulness of the scene. And we saw the lionesses yesterday during our escape to nature really being bugged by flies. Their tail was constantly whipping and thrashing up and down from side to side. They were even lunging at a few flies every now and then. Whereas now for these males, quite nice, they seem to be getting a little bit of respite from the flies. You see the tails are relatively stationary, they're not flicking all over the place. And remember, in the past when we have been lucky enough to see these males, how they quite often snap at the flies with their mouth. They try and catch the flies with their mouth. So nice that they've got a little bit of peacefulness and quiet and respite from those flies. Some beautiful Cape turtle doves calling behind me.
Are you safari savvy? How good is your animal knowledge? Animal Quizmania is back by popular demand.
How cool is this?
In aid of Earth Month, for the whole month of April, we will be hosting Quizmania. teams will pit against each other every week for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people. Fill out the form on our website, name your team, and come get with.
A little bit of grooming, some signs of life. Look at that. So you can see that whiter hair, or we could see it, that whiter hair on his bottom lip that we were talking about. But that is one comfy and settled lion. If we look at his brother here, this is quite a nice example. At the contours of his body, look at the contour of his shoulder. You know, he's obviously resting now, he's peaceful, so there's no contraction of any of the muscles or anything like that. And you can see how dense that muscle is there, that bulge in the shoulder. So obviously, in terms of bringing down big prey species like buffalo, like eland, need to be strong, you know. And that lion really showing us a bit of his strength there. And the odd little bit of movement from his ear there. I mean, there obviously is 1 or 2 flies around. But relatively peaceful there. Well, actually very peaceful. But we'll have a look and see. I mean, if they are going to rest up like they are doing at the moment, I might look to kind of oscillate around a little bit, to shift positions and see if we can maybe get a good view of their face kind of looking towards us. It seems like they've both found some comfortable positions for the moment. And I think for now, let's take you across to Okukuyo, where Alex has got some elephants for us.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, these Ellies have come through to join us. Lovely to have them through. 4 bulls, it seems. It looks like a bit of a cloud cover Also burning off. Sandgrouse still ever present. A number of other herbivores milling about as well. So some zebra, wildebeest, springbok clearly, odd gemsbok too. That is here. So it's going to be quite cool just to sit back and enjoy these ellies, see how long they drink for, perhaps a little bit of a spray down and then a bit of a dust bath as well. And more than likely a little bit of respite as well. So we'll just wait to see how that all unfolds. If you have just joined us, we are escaping to nature at the moment with myself, Alex, here in Okukuyo. We've just left Nick in Kariga with those two fantastic male lions. But currently we have these 4 ellie bulls, a number of zebra, impala, there's some springbok, a gemsbok shot past right now, and a wildebeest. That is coming through and doing the most for us right now, so no complaints about that. Of course, if you have just joined us and you aren't aware of it, Wild Earth is not yet profitable, and we rely on our subscribers and donations to keep connecting both the young and old with nature through live safaris. Your donations help us to continue to go live for those who can't afford it, and also bring back some great projects like the Wild Earth Kids Safaris. And by donating, you are making a difference to the Wild Earth mission of connecting people to nature. This week, it is our aim to raise around $3,000. And if you can and you're in the position to and would like to donate, you can either head over to our website, wildearth.tv/donate, and click on the donate button. So if you are available and you are able to, please do have a look at that and help us to continue connecting people with wild areas of Africa. Also, if you have just tuned in, there's obviously a live and immersive experience. So if you do have any questions or comments, things you'd like to know, do also get those sent through. Always fantastic when we do have that interaction with you guys as well. But the 4 ellies kind of taking over literally half of the waterhole at the moment. They're clearly quite thirsty boys. Hi Elizabeth, thanks very much for your question. And it's possible that they will frequently travel together, not necessarily all the time. Perhaps if one gets into must, it might move off, or perhaps if one or two of them get irritated, they may splinter off themselves. Maybe 3 going off in one direction, or 1 going off the other, sometimes 2. It really does depend on their temperament as well. Much like human beings, they very much have their own personalities. Of course, they are affected by must, and they do have that spike of testosterone as well, so that can also lead to them being more solitary at the time. Of course, ellies are social as well, so having that social interaction obviously is also a good thing for them. Quite a bit that's still misunderstood anyway. They do have that ability to converse with each other through rumbles and grumbles, a very low pitch bass that is inaudible to human beings, and is actually able then to travel considerable distances. So while we might see a lone elephant bull, it doesn't necessarily mean to say that he isn't being social, communicating with others that might be in the area. But of course, if 2 big bulls are in must, then that will come to a rather frenetic and scary showdown. It's definitely one of the things on most people's bucket lists, I think, is to see 2 massive ellie bulls competing for mating rights, at least on mine. Definitely quite a spectacle to witness. But yes, a number of variables that then do play into, whether ellies are, and particular bulls, are solitary, or perhaps moving around in a little group like this as well. So they could have been foraging together, one might have linked up with the others, and then they've made their way down. Who is to know what went on for the rest of their day and how these 4 actually linked up together? suppose you would say there's possibly more the younger bulls that would kind of stick together, form little groupings, obviously feeling a bit safer. And then as they get older, perhaps enjoying more solitary time then from there. But it does change. It does also change in the area. It does also change time of the year. Also the resources that are available to the ellies in a given area or reserve. Hygiene it, most certainly they will, and you'll notice that the animals give them kind of healthy distance where they kind of feel safer themselves. So if anyone was kind of too close to the ellies, they definitely would be told about it. Ellies hold the waterhole hierarchy. They are the kingpins of the waterhole dynamic, and if anything was to stray too close, they would definitely be told off and would move away. So there is a healthy space, kind of distance that is given by the other antelope and herbivores that will be around. So you can notice that distance kind of being given by the zebra as it is right now. The springbok also, that's hanging off a little bit. But the ellies are rather relaxed, quite placid. The one is now giving himself a little spray down. But yeah, not uncommon also for some of the bigger herbivores to also have the odd run-in with ellies, and they do come off second best when that is the case. Things like buffalo, rhino, odd hippo as well. And they definitely know they've messed with the hierarchy when that is the case. That is for sure. Sometimes leading to death, but most often or not, a good fright. So yeah, just going back to that, obviously, when ellies or anything else kind of do have something to say to each other at a waterhole, of course, it leads to some inter-species competition. Perhaps that's when there is, less water available. I generally think that there's a kind of push on resources then, and would kind of lead to that, or perhaps a rush of blood to the head, in particular with ellie bulls and must, perhaps even rhino bulls. Maybe also being a little excitable, or even buffalo bulls as well. And of course, those territorial hippo bulls. But, one wanting to try and throw its weight around, thinking it's a bit bigger than it is, and coming off second best. But of course, there then is also the intra-species competition that does obviously happen at waterholes. Of course, there was a big ellie bull that wanted to throw his weight around. He most certainly would do that and make sure everyone else kind of gave him that distance and space that he required, perhaps leading to some tempers flaring too, depending on the different cycles that each one may be in. Always interesting to watch, and it's a different dynamic that there's always something to keep an eye out for when you are at a waterhole, and just watching who's around and what may be going on with regards to obviously the same species and also then the different species that are around. Hi, Jackson. Thanks very much for that question. And I find a number of things really fascinating about elephants. I'm just trying to think what is really on the top of my mind with regards to that. And of course, and I touched on this in the past around how sentient they are, their feelings, personalities that they do also display. But I think the most recent fact that I came across, I was able to read upon, was around why ellies don't necessarily contract cancer and the genetic makeups of elephant that then lead to this as well. And it stems off something called the Pareto's paradox. Of course, just some background on cancer for those of you obviously that may wish to know more of that morbid disease. However, cancer is obviously caused by gene mutations that accumulate in cells over time. So long-lived animals that have lots of cells, these being elephants and whales, hardly ever get cancer. And it's due to specific genes. And an elephant, that gene is called P53. And that gene, P53, is what actually helps, and it even helps other humans and mammals and other animals. It's what helps us repair DNA damage during replication of those cells. And elephants actually have a large number of these genes. They've got around 20 copies of those. Each of those copies has around 2 variations called alleles and produce around 40 different proteins. And if you compare that to human beings, and actually most other animals, we only have a single copy of that gene and it only produces 2 proteins. So I find that rather fascinating with regards to ellies. Pretty interesting. But also the fact, I suppose, that these desert adapted ellies, perhaps more so the ellies that are found further west of here, having adapted to use those pineal glands for water storage, those long distances that they have to travel. Of course, also the audio that they do use, different methods of communication, the amount of muscles and that found within a trunk. Ellies are quite spectacular. I've also said this before, but nothing in nature is imperfect. Everything in nature is perfect. Whether you may not resonate with it or not, it is still perfectly perfect. That is its intention. So sitting here enjoying the ellies, a couple of zebra now coming through. Looks like the one just had a little bit of a bathing session, perhaps going to dust bath itself as well. And you notice just the difference in coloration, a bit darker than the other 3 bulls. And that's just because he sprayed himself with water from the water hole. So perhaps a little bit of a dust bath going on. The cloud cover is moving off, so it does seem that that would make sense. We'll just have to wait and see. So it's time for our Ellie break. It looks like a large herd of wildebeest also making their way down to join the zebra. But Ellie action, and that is our intention, to sit and enjoy them. Looks like they still are rather thirsty. Probably traveling quite far. Of course, enjoying this roughly 20% of their day. It will be spent drinking, resting, mud wallowing, or bathing, even sand bathing. So nice to be able to see them doing something different other than bulk grazing or browsing. And of course, rather relaxed. But a very big herd of wildebeest coming through for us. And Okaukuejo not disappointing. So it's always awesome to watch these wildebeest like this. They will probably move off quite quickly there. They don't hang around as long as the zebra. So a quick drink for them, utilizing far less water than zebra would. But it's time for us to head back over to Nick, see what's going on with him and Kariega.
Thanks, Alex. So this elephant bull, a little bit of a younger one compared to some of the other ones we've been seeing, made his way out of the thickets from nowhere. And the lions kind of picked up on him far before I did, obviously with their senses being that much sharper. And they lifted their heads and they were gazing in this direction. I couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything, and all of a sudden this elephant popped out of nowhere. And he's kind of flushed them a little bit further down into the valley from where they were. Remember we were saying the area surrounding where we had those male lions was very thick. And this sneaky elephant has chased them down into that thicker area. I can still see one of them, but literally it's just like a tiny patch of their mane. And this elephant, he approached them, he made himself look bigger, he held that head up, he put his ears out to the side, tail came up, trying to make himself look as menacing as possible to those lions. Yeah, and he's kind of chased them off a little bit, and now he's just doing a little bit of feeding himself, strolling away casually now. Still relatively close to the vehicle. So I'm going to stick around here a little bit longer, watch this elephant, see what he gets up to. Hopefully as he continues to saunter off, those lions might come back to the clearing. Just because in terms of where they are now, even though they're literally only sure, maybe 50, 60 meters off the bush, but you can barely see them. Maybe they're not even as much as that. That's just it goes to show the habitat that we have here can make it so difficult when, you know, the lions we had were right out in the open. I mean, you literally, you couldn't miss them. You know, if you drove past and didn't see them, you need to go to the optometrist. But now that they've moved off slightly, a little bit more difficult. But it's lovely just to watch this young bull moving around, doing a little bit of feeding, doing his thing. So in terms of size, he's definitely a lot smaller than that bull that we saw yesterday during Escape to Nature. I'd say that he is probably kind of just over his 20s or so. Remember, elephants live for 60, 65 years, and I'd say he's maybe just over his 20s. Look at that, we've got some sun trying to make an appearance. Beautiful. We had a dark bank of clouds that came in. Like I said earlier, the temperature was dropping. I was pretty sure that we were in for some rain. So this is really a nice change of scenes here, to get a little bit of sunlight going out or coming around. I think this young bull's just really having himself a nice, slow, leisurely morning. He's kind of sauntering from place to place, eating a little bit here, eating a little bit there, bumping into two male lions and hopefully showing them who's boss. Remember, in terms of interactions between elephants and lions, so lions are the apex predator, but elephants are physically bigger, so will dominate them in any type of interactions. William, yeah, I agree with you. It is. It's absolutely lovely spending a little bit of time with this bull. And he's quite confident. For a younger bull, he's quite confident. He came and walked right up to the vehicle. He approached from sort of 20 meters off and he came right up, probably within about 1.5 meters or so of the vehicle. So he's quite sure of himself. He knows what he wants to do. And there's a pair of capped turtle doves very close to me, probably only 10 meters, 15 meters away or so, and I'm sure you can hear them calling. Work harder, work harder, work harder. Very peaceful type of scene. And I am kind of spinning around where I'm sitting, just double checking to see if those lions aren't popping out now that this elephant's moved off. In terms of the distance between the two, between the elephant and the lions, it's probably now about 100 meters or so. Even though it is a nice, cool, overcast day today, you can see he is occasionally flapping his ears just to cool himself down. Not as much as the bull that we saw yesterday. But just making life comfortable for himself. In terms of weight, I'd maybe put this elephant bull at maybe about 2.5 tons or so, somewhere there. So remember, a big fully grown female is going to be about 3 to 3.5 tons. And then a big fully developed male, he'll be close to 5.5, 6 tons. So he's still got a way to go, this guy. He's basically now hitting the gym. He's on that bulk mode. He is stuffing his face with food and he's just got to eat as much as he can. So he'll move around by himself quite a lot. If he does find another bull that's in a similar life situation to what he's in, that has moved away from the herd, they might join forces and just become companions, just because they're not really competing with each other. And remember, it's usually the age of sort of 18 years, 20 years or so that the bulls do start to leave the herd. Testosterone levels start to increase. They start to frustrate the females, the matriarch of the herd, quite a bit. So he's more than likely left the herd already. And now, like I said, he's basically trying to get as big as he can. Remember, to be physically big enough to be able to challenge any other bull for the right to mate with a female, he's got a way to go. You know, he's not going to be mating much before the age of 40 years. And you know, he's kind of probably just over 20. So he's got a long way to go. You know, anything younger than roughly 40 years, unless you're a genetic beast, simply your tusks aren't long enough, your overall size of the elephant is not big enough, size of its head, you know, and even, I guess, confidence, you know, it still needs to grow in confidence as well. You can see how it's using its front left foot there as a lever every now and then, just to try and break some of those grasses off. It's clever behavior. Yeah, sometimes they'll use their tusk to snap some twigs and branches and things like that off, using that tusk as a lever. And then when they're feeding on grasses, nothing wrong with using their foot. Remember, they do have 4 toenails at the front of the foot. So nice to spend some time with elephant though. I've got a lot of time for these animals. Like we did touch on yesterday, they're always up to something. You know, I mean, you look at what we've had today. It all happened pretty quickly, so I know we didn't manage to get it live. But I mean, he has now chased lions off, he's done a bit of feeding, he's come right next to the vehicle. Off he goes into the bushes. He's had enough of us, he's had enough of the lions, off to do his own thing.
Well, fascinating scenes down there in Kariga. And these eddies still treating us to our own fascinating scenes up here in Okakuyo, Etosha Game Reserve. So really quite awesome. Those wildebeest, a large herd of them that did come down, obviously moving off. The zebra coming through in very good numbers right now. A couple of guinea fowl about. The odd springbok, but also treating us to a rather fantastic morning. The cloud cover mostly burnt off by now. And I'm sure these other two bulls are also going to get into spraying themselves. It seems that the one has moved off. Actually, just have a little look to see. It does seem that that one bull has also decided to move off, head off in its own direction. A little bit of spraying going on. Oh, here we go. Just hanging off over here. So kind of tough to keep all four in frame. So we'll focus on these two. One enjoying the shade, perhaps. Let's just see what he actually is up to. Yeah, just off the shade line. I think a bit of dust bathing probably going to go on. And I'm sure a bit more, a little spray down as well. So it's like three of them have kind of sprayed themselves to some degree. The zebra, center of the pan really, or the waterhole at the moment. But a rather warm day, and we did touch on it being probably at around 34 odd degrees at its maximum today. And the real feel will be a little bit warmer than that, that is for sure. So let's just wait and see. This one Ellie is in the water, probably being the most active. I think the two that are just off to the right of us probably enjoying a little bit more of a siesta. This one too, rather relaxed, using his tusks as kind of a support device for his trunk. Of course, those trunks can get rather heavy. On really big bull Ellie's up to around 140 odd kgs. So heavier than most rugby players, hanging off its face. And rather fascinating to think about, really. So it seems like a relaxing moment underway right now. One Ellie just here to the left of us. Maybe looking to pick up a little bit of dust and spray itself. We'll just have to wait and see, but it does look like that is the case. So these Ellies seem to be rather relaxed. I'm sure they'll hang around for some time. Nick has also repositioned and he's refound those lions and be back to him to see what's going on in Kariga.
Okay, we've managed to get our lions once again, and they have settled down underneath a tree here. But what a beautiful view. Amazing to get them walking across that open area like that. And what a beauty. Look at that, sitting up perfectly for us, posing for the camera. So like we saw, that elephant has moved off. He's moved away from these lions more in a southerly direction. And these lions have found themselves a nice little spot here. So we saw the sun just starting to make an appearance. I mean, it's still mostly an overcast day. Obviously resting underneath a tree like this is going to help just to keep themselves that much cooler. It's a little bit humid, I must say. It's not like there's zero humidity. It's definitely rising. I think he's kind of just gazing around, seeing exactly what's happening. I think the fly's giving him a bit of a tough time. I'm sure soon enough we're more than likely going to see this male settling down like his brother's doing. But what a lovely pose he's giving us. Look at how thick and dense that mane is. And you can see beautifully now how earlier we were talking about the possibility of if they had a drink, you could have a close look at the face of how with the whiter hairs it gets a little bit dirtier. And I must say, to me that looks like he's potentially had a little bit of a drink. Upon zooming in, maybe not. Look at that, beautiful to get a nice up close view of this male. Earlier we were talking about how he doesn't have too many scars, too many scratches or anything like that on his face, and you can really see it now when he turns towards the camera. Got a pretty clean face, relatively speaking, for a male lion. But what do you guys prefer? What are your personal preferences? When you're looking at a lion, do you prefer a lion to have a very sort of scratch-free face? Or obviously, conversely, having a lot of scratches on the face, adding a lot of sort of character to the lion? I think he kind of spun around there to grab one of the flies and roused his brother from his little slumber there. Nice to be able to get a close-up look of his brother's face. Remember the other day we talked about there being a bit of a wound by the eye, and you can kind of see that that recovering scar area there. Michelle S? Yeah, it is. It's an absolutely lovely sighting. I'm so happy that we could bring this to you. A coalition of male lions. I mean, does it get much better than that? Yeah, so you can see by the dominant male's eye there, maybe the two were having a fight over a small carcass or something like that, and there's been a little bit of a hit. There he comes, look at this. Coming right behind the car. Eeh, he is too close. He is right behind the car. It seems like all the animals really enjoy coming close to me. You look at that elephant yesterday. That elephant was, 2 meters, 3 meters away. That elephant that we had a look at this morning, he was probably 1.5 meters away from my car. Now these lions, this lion probably came 1.5 meters or so from the back of the car. So that other male has settled down just behind my car, so it'll be interesting to see if this dominant male gets up to join his brother. As they are now, they're facing each other, looking at each other, maybe 30 meters apart, 20 meters apart, not very far. See when he looks up at the tree like that, how much more light it allows into the eye. So for your photograph in a scene like this, you'd want to really wait to see if he lifts his head up. Here comes a yawn. Wow. Incredible. This just keeps getting better and better. Lion lady, in terms of if one of these lions did have a son, they would kick their son out of the group, out of the pride. They wouldn't be moving around together. That's my back of the vehicle, apologies, that's how close they're getting. Obviously, once again, just to clarify, I am zoomed out all the way here. That's why I'm not getting both of the lions in the frame. They are simply just too close. But I mean, it's all happening. What an incredible sighting this morning. Sorry about that little bump with the lions moving around so much. I'm having to shift my position in the car to be able to pan with them sufficiently. There we go, other brother settling down at the back there now. Wow, what an amazing, amazing sighting. From what I thought was a fast deteriorating sighting, once they started to head down into the valley. But what a incredible specimen of a lion this one is as well. Look at the condition that he's in. He's big, he's an absolute beauty, and he is right next to the car. I mean, they're both lying, what is this, about 5 meters away or so. Very happy, very content with life. See, the wind is picking up a little bit there, blowing some of the bushes around. Potentially that's why he lifted his head there. He's just having a good sniff. That pose of kind of sitting up like that, gazing across, is absolutely beautiful. You can see both of these males really starting to settle down here now. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is the spot where they do finally rest up. You know, it's not too far from where we initially found them. Down he goes. Like I said, it's not too far from where we initially found them. That elephant has moved off. They've got themselves some nice shade here. Nice soft grass to lie on as well. Well, there goes his brother. Both of them settling down. But I wonder want to see if I can show you something here quickly. Look at that there on the tree. So remember we saw that second male scratching up against the tree? That is where his paw and his claws have taken some of the bark off. Look at that. And it wasn't like he used a whole lot of force. But absolutely amazing how he was kind of almost just like stretching his body out, stretching the muscles out there. And just without even much power, he's just ripped the bark off of that tree there. Easily, without much effort at all. So obviously we talked about tracks and you know, identifying different tracks out in the bush. When you're trying to find animals, you've got to use a whole lot of different clues, you know. Something like that is another clue that you could look for, that lions have moved through here. You know, bits of eaten material from, you know, branches that elephants have thrown away. Lots of various clues that you can use. So I was mentioning and hoping that these lions might move towards that waterhole. Obviously still not too far from where we are here, but it doesn't look like they're going to be heading there. But it's fine. I feel like they've really put a show on for us. And we've really been lucky with what we've seen. Ego lover, yeah, they've got a beautifully big, sort of plumped up, luscious looking mane. And that's obviously one of the first signs that you look for when you are looking at a big, strong, healthy male. You know, development of the mane. Remember, if a lion is stressed for any reason, you know, stress factors could include competition from other males, you know, rival males giving an individual a tough time. You know, conditions of the bushveld. Maybe there's been a drought, water's hard to find, food's maybe scarce. And in situations like that, you find the mane thinning out of a lion who's fully developed, and for a lion who is still maturing, that mane won't develop as fast as it should. So obviously with these males both having nice, big, thick, full manes, that's one of the indicating species or indicating features to us that tells us that these are two strong, healthy individuals. And you can kind of see the tip of that tail flashing from side to side every now and then there. I can't see the flies, but I can hear them. I can hear them buzzing around here. These lions are probably thinking what they would do to put up a... You know, like when you sleep at night, you can get that like mosquito net that you can put around you, that mosquitoes can't get through, obviously flies can't get through. Probably love to have one of those right now. They would be out for the count. I don't think we would see these lions moving. Maybe there'd be the odd muscle twitch while they sleep. But other than that, you wouldn't see the ears flicking around, you wouldn't see that tail swatting like that. Jonathan, no, I don't think I would edit this into a black and white version. For me, when you look at this scene, the vibrant greens, they absolutely, they pop, you know, it's in your face, and there's so much sort of color difference between those vibrant greens and the lines. So it really helps to separate that line from the surrounding environment. We've also got to remember that when you do convert your picture to black and white, it doesn't automatically make your picture work. It doesn't make it better. You know, you need to have a reason for why you would change it to black and white. To me, in a scene like this, if I change it to black and white, there's not as much separation of the lines to the rest of the environment. Obviously, at the moment, color is a major separating factor. In black and white, obviously, we wouldn't have that. And I don't think that there's enough variation in terms of not color, but in terms of exposures, and in terms of bright highlights and dark shadows and things like that to warrant it, you know, to a conversion to black and white. Because you want a lot of those color differences, ranging from your bright whites to your dark blacks, to convert it to a black and white picture. Yes, you've got the dark of the mane and you've got the white of the mouth area, but those are relatively small areas. So for me personally, I wouldn't look to convert it to black and white, but each to their own, you know, that's just what I see when I'm looking at the scene. You might see it differently to me. You might have a specific reason of something that you've seen, why you think black and white might work better in this type of scene. And there's nothing wrong with that. At the end of the day, photography is about creativity. You know, everybody will see a scene differently. I will see this scene differently photographic to how you will see it. You know, we can definitely all learn from each other. But I guess that's where creativity, when it translates into your photography, of you having a different portfolio to what I will have, because you will see the scene differently to me. You know, it's very hard to show you in the scene here, but the tree that they've laid under, lots of branches, kind of, for lack of a better word, branching out to the side here. So, you know, it might not even be a bad idea to go for a wide angle type of picture. If I did have a wide angle lens on right now, you know, other than that, you could conversely go in for a very tight crop picture when he is sitting up. You know, portrait picture of his face. You know, and the storylines along that could be, maybe he's a male who's still got to go through the valleys and highs, the highs and lows of life. You know, he's still got to accumulate a scratch or two and a scar or two along life, and obviously in terms of gaining those, there's life experience that comes with that, possibly wisdom that comes with that. Look at how the wind is ruffling up his mane where it meets the top of his back there. And there is one stalk of grass in front of him, kind of directly in line with his ear. Looks like a guinea grass that needs to go away. There's always that one stalk of grass when you're trying to photograph a lion or a leopard or anything like that. And I feel like we're being quite pedantic, quite pernickety here. This is a lovely scene just to kind of watch and enjoy.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
You see the dominant male at the back hasn't really even moved an inch since he's flopped down. The silk, the fluffy part on the tail, serves as a pretty decent fly swatter. Other than that, there's not going to really be much purpose for that black tipped part of the tail there. You know, yes, there are those so-called follow me signs of, you know, lionesses obviously having the same black tufted tail tip, of cubs being able to follow that black tail tip through long grasses. I personally don't really agree all too much with that. I mean, yes, you'll read in the textbooks that that is a main reason, but I feel like the eyesight of lions is really good. I feel like the little lion cubs are definitely clever enough to see where mom is going and also to smell where she's going. But hey, if they use the little black tufted tail tip to help them a little bit, then why not? But as for the males, there's not going to be a real use for that tip other than swatting flies away. Oh, I heard the elephant trumpeting in the distance. I don't know if you heard that. A male in the back. He shut himself there. He got the fright of his life. So that sounds like it's coming from the direction of the waterhole. So maybe that elephant has made his way down to the waterhole. Maybe he's actually even found another elephant down there. Or maybe he's trumpeting frustratedly at some antelope that are having a drink down there. Remember those young elephant bulls, they try and show everybody how strong they are, how fierce they are. Quite often they'll trumpet it, not a whole lot, but just to tell everyone that they're the boss, that they are King Kong. But you saw that immediate reaction from the male at the back who was lying down the whole time. We were talking about the fact that he hasn't moved at all. And I mean, that was loud. I mean, obviously for me to be able to hear that as well, with the lion's senses being so much more honed and acute and attuned than mine is, they picked that up very easy. But that reaction from them was instantaneous. I think while these males continue to rest up here, let's take you across to Alex, who's got a hippo for us.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, we are here with what I assume is Dewey. And being like Dewey, not wanting to show us his face at the moment. We'll just have to wait and see though. But nice that he is here. Nice to pick up on some of the Djuma friends and critters. The grey-headed bushshark that's calling in the distance there. Pick out a number of others as well. Did also hear the Cape turtle dove too. Heard them across all 3 different locations today. There it is right now. A number of other interesting things going on, but not as windy as it has been over the last few days. Of course, the water level is still rather high. This hippo seems to be quite relaxed, doing his best to do nothing, really. Looks like a couple of arrow-marked babblers as well. Oh, the chaotic call that they do have. Very cool birds nonetheless. And the brown-headed parrots also about and nesting at the moment. Of course, if you have just joined us, we are across in Djuma and you are with myself, Alex. We've just left Nick, who's had lions, elephant, and some wildebeest today. We've been across in Okakuyo as well with lovely elephant bulls, awesome harems, numbers of zebra. Great to see a very large herd of wildebeest that side as well. Good numbers of impala, springbok, and gemsbok that side too. So it has been very, very eventful. Did start off a little slow, but such is the nature of the bush. You get rewarded with patience. Of course, if you have just joined in and you aren't aware, Wild Earth is not yet profitable, and we do rely on subscribers and donations to keep connecting both the young and old with nature through live safaris. Your donations help us to continue to go live for those who cannot afford it, and also bring back some great projects like the Wild Earth Kids Safaris. By donating, you are making a difference to the Wild Earth mission of connecting people to nature. This week, our aim is to raise $3,000. So if you do have the availability, and you can, please do head over to our website. And that is at wildearth.tv/donate. Click on the donate button. Help us to try and reach that target. Of course, if you have already donated, thank you very much. It is much appreciated. And also, if you have just joined us, it is obviously a live and immersive safari. So do let us know about anything else you wish to hear, talk about, see perhaps, or any points of interest you may have and you want to send through. So do get those through. It is always fantastic hearing from you all. Nice to know what your thoughts are, what we are looking at. So Sipho are really not too interested in us, of course, blissfully unaware that we are watching him. I think what we're going to do is just zoom out a little bit. We'll come back and join him momentarily. But let's have a look to see what other characters are around, see who else we may pick up on, who might have come down to join us. Crested barbet as well, that's also calling rather far away. Really, the grass and vegetation is getting thicker and thicker. It kind of reaches the end of its summer cycles. Of course, the majority of this will all die down in the months to come. But rather spectacular to see it all right now. Let's see if anything's here. Some pan. Couple of hornbills as well, starting to get going as well. Quite a bit of cloud cover still as well. So interesting dynamics for today. Let's have a look to see if we can't pick up on those brown-headed parrots. Perhaps they're at the nest. To wait and see. Also hear the Natal spurfowl. I can just see one parrot over there at the moment. Unfortunately, this is... Oh, there we go. Both of them coming in and out, feeding the youngsters. They really are special. Thoroughly enjoy parrots. it looks like they've got a bit to get up to. So we'll sit with them for a moment. And we'll check to see if Dewey decides to show his face for us as well. Just excuse a bit of the shake. It is from the wind. But this is probably the best sighting you would get of a brown-headed parrot. So you'll notice, like all parrots, also very adept climbers. That one literally doing a 360 over that little protruding branch there. And you'll even notice here and there as they kind of descend down towards that little breeding hole. Well, they can kind of climb vertically up and down these trunks. They really are quite special to watch when they are doing that. A little bit of a grooming going on. So they're cementing their social bonds as well, I'm sure. This one just preening itself though. They will also preen their partners. Of course, that does then cement that bond between them. A lovely green color being able to be shown right now. Kind of does go almost, it's a bit of yellow when you do see them flying, but very special bird this. And there we go, a pair of them shooting off. A little bit of foraging going on, I'm sure. That is probably what is on the card. So we'll zoom back out. Let's go and have a look to see where Dewey the hippo is. Spend some time with him. No one else that has really come through at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see. Keep our eyes and ears open and on the ground. Wait to see if the action does pick up. Birchall Starling's calling as well. It looks like Dewey might have submerged himself a little bit just with the sun coming out. It's getting a bit hot, just his head really showing at the moment. And there he is in all his glory, enjoying a peaceful Thursday morning. Hi, Colvin. Yes, there are a number of them that do pose as a risk for hippos. In fact, lion are known to take them. And they do get into the odd run-in with elephant as well. Of course, also babies. These young little hippo calves are also susceptible every now and then to crocodiles too. And we were talking about intra-species competition. There's a bit of that goes on with hippos too, depending on the area though as well. So droughts, level of water in river systems and that as well. Also territorial bulls moving and fighting. That could also lead to infanticide as well. So infanticide being young that are then killed with kind of transference of dominance from one bull to the next. And they do fight for a rather long time, sometimes up to 10 days, and it really does sound rather intense. Kind of similar to when lions take buffalo. You hear this kind of loud bellowing and the rest that does go on with all of that. So rather is something interesting to listen to when that is the case in an area. Of course, very hectic. It does obviously lead to the death at times. Of course, that is when they are pretty much evenly matched. But yeah, if there was an injured hippo that was out in the water, I wouldn't put it past hyena also having a go if they felt that they could overpower or take on that hippo too. So those for me are the things that would pose a threat to a hippo. Of course, human beings are one as well. But those are the primary threats to hippopotamus. So just sitting here with the hippo. He's enjoying himself. Tawny Prinia that is around. A couple of wax bills as well that I can hear. And the Bertel starlings. Woodlands kingfisher also calling at the moment. It's a nice bird audio. Something different as well. Different birds obviously found here than up in Okakuyo. But let's just wait and see. I'm hoping that he does kind of turn his face around and give us a nice view as well. But that might take some time, so we're going to just sit here and enjoy him. Hopefully some other bird life will pop through, but this is our point of call for the moment. So just listening to all the marvelous bird calls at the moment. We're trying to hope that Dewey the hippo will turn and face us at some point. See his ears peeking up at the moment. Picking up on something that is around perhaps. Hopefully we will get that view, a front end view of him. He's going to move a little bit it seems. So we'll keep track of him. But always quite cool. Nice to spend time with different animals and in obviously different locations. Hi, T Money. And that is a very interesting question. And to be honest, I think I'm rather fascinated with tracking, the ancient art of tracking. It's possibly the oldest science known to mankind. So I'd probably throw my hat in that ring. So navigation, tracking, track and sign, of course, bird calls, that kind of thing. That would probably be where I would throw my hat. Probably the most interesting then. You get to get out and about, enjoy nature as well. So if that was the case, that would probably be it. So Dewey is definitely slowly getting on the same page as us. Just hoping that it does continue. He does oblige. Always quite cool. Always fascinated watching, looking at how small those ears are. It looks to me that he's actually using that log that's underneath him kind of as a rest. So propping his head up there and getting into thug mode. Just chilling out, not doing anything else really. It's like a bit of sun coming out, so clearly enjoying his time here. So quite cool just listening to that crested barbet as well. It's hanging around in the area. Doves ever present. Quite a cool little glint of sun off the hippo's skin at the moment. Whether he's producing any of those two proteins in terms of his sunscreen, I don't think that would be the case just yet, but perhaps maybe on the top if the sun was to continue like this, quite possible. But yeah, he'll also just dip in the water then as well, kind of using the water as a barrier then too. Black-headed oriole also coming through with the vocals, so nice to pick up on all that is going on in the about. Lots of bird activity here at Djuma today. Hi Martin, so quite clearly hippo obviously dependent on water, so you will see sometimes the pod numbers swelling in areas and they'll try and take on whatever water source there really is available to them, but they'll also then try and submerge themselves within the mud. And of course competition and tempers, so competition rising, tempers flaring, but what they'll also do is then also aim to produce two proteins that hippo then do produce for themselves as a sunscreen, one kind of acting more as a UV blocker and the other acting as an antibacterial. It is known as blood sweat. It's one of the names of it. So when they are out of the water and they are exposed to sunlight, this is something that they do then kind of secrete from their skin. And after a few minutes or so of exposure to oxygen, or fresh air really, this is where it gets its name of blood sweat. That clear liquid that does then come out is then turned crimson in color. It's in fact two acids as well, hyposurdic acid and norhyposurdic acid. The one being an antibacterial and the other kind of acting as a UV block. Hi Simba, and I suppose the best way to answer this question, it looks like we've got an Egyptian goose just on the other side here as well, so a little Egyptian geese family, but the best way really to kind of, I suppose, explain that is by looking at the shape of this hippo's head at the moment. And you can actually see the positioning of its eyes right now. So it's not to say that they don't necessarily have peripheral vision. Of course, those eyes will be able to pick out certain things.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
So at the moment, we're just enjoying the Egyptian geese are foraging away along the water's edge. A number of cool little things for them to no doubt feast on. You can see how big these goslings have really got at the moment, so quite cool to be able to see that growth. So you'll notice them picking at little grass, a little bit of green vegetation around here. They will obviously take aquatic matter, and as I mentioned, little invertebrates, perhaps little snails, crustaceans, other arthropods as well. That will make up their diet, primarily focusing on vegetation. So let's just have a look to see. Maybe Dewey he hasn't got the script just yet. Still waiting on him to give us a little front-facing action. It doesn't seem that that's going to be the case right now. So the geese moving further and further down the opposite bank over there. We'll try and track them, keep some tabs on what is going on. Perhaps they see something else. Perhaps another waterfowl also pops out. We'll just have to wait and see. wind also clearly picking up quite considerably here in Djuma. Perhaps a bit of weather on the way for this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see. I think time to have a little look and see what the hippo is up to. Not too much else going on with that wind. But the other bird calls also being a bit silent. Of course, conservation of energy, first and foremost, for all species out here. And the hippo quite clearly using that log fallen over tree as a prop for its head. Hi Lenny, thanks very much for your question. Lenny wanting to know at what age the goslings will start to fly, and you're looking at around 11 weeks, so it's roughly 11 weeks to 3 months. They do then start to fly. That's when the fledging will occur, so even from about even 2.5 months to about 3.5 or 3 months. And then they possibly will hang around with the adults for a few more months after that before kind of getting on their bicycles and heading off into the wilderness by themselves. But starting to fly at around 3 months or so. So it doesn't look like Dewey the hippo is going to play ball with us. It's time for us to shoot back across to Okakuyo and see what's going on there. So as you can see, that daily downpour of Abum storks has begun. Probably not half the way through it. There's a number of them coming down, large numbers today, larger than when I was last on, and 3 of the elephants slowly starting to move away, and perhaps because of all this commotion with the storks. The zebra finding their way down quite comfortably. I think the storks have learned that the zebra aren't to be trifled with. Springbok now having to negotiate their way through. But here comes one elephant. It's kind of a prime example of how elephants hold the hierarchy at waterholes. So shooing everything away. Notice the storks, even the springbok, keeping a healthy distance out there. And the zebra quite happy to have found themselves to the other side of the waterhole. Miss Ellie going to be drinking from the freshest supply. Is exactly where it is pumped from, right where his trunk is right now. I do just want to zoom out for a second because I wanted to see how many storks have actually come down at the moment, because it looked like a rather large number. And you'll see how everything hangs back and gives this Ellie his right of way. So this elephant taking on the role of Moses and parting the sea of stalks. You'll notice how they really do not want to be too close to him or within reach. They've all kind of shifted across. It'll be interesting to see if he gets to that other side where the zebra are, what that interaction may look like. So it looks like those zebra possibly on their way out. Those other Ellie bulls been quite some distance to this one here, and the rest of the stalks have calmed down. Quite a bit going on. Let's see if we can't get a smidge closer for now. A couple of European bee-eaters also here and hereabouts. And you can hear the splashing sound of the zebra as they get acquainted with the water. The European bee-eaters, hundreds of storks, zebra in good numbers throughout the course of today. Still a good number of springbok that are about. More zebra approaching. 3 of the 4 bull ellies have moved off. You'll just see them there in the distance. And this last one, satisfying the last thirst before, I'm sure, joining up with his 3 compadres to the northwest of us. We'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps he'll hang around for a bit longer. Lots going on here. Awesome just to be able to sit back and enjoy, take it all in, and see what may unfold. The Zebra conveyor belt. Full swing in production. And the storks still descending upon us. One or two of them still about. And flying down to come join the rest of them. So still just enjoying all the action that's going on here. A number of springboks still scooting about, also finding their way to where the water's pumped down here into the Okapukuyo waterhole. Zebra on the western side, elephant on the southern, and the storks have taken over just about everywhere else. But it is time for us to check in again with Nick and see what is going on with his lions in Kariega.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega, where we are still with our lions, but we have had a little bit of a sprinkling of rain. A little bit of I think more than a sprinkling, we can say. We've had a bit of rainfall, and the rain has literally, it's just stopped a few minutes ago, and these lions have come out from under the tree of where we saw them, and interestingly just flopped down into this open area. So they're back at the initial spot where we found them earlier today, before that elephant came in and used his brute size and strength to kind of push them out of the area. And the dominant male of the two has definitely been the lazier one today. You can see he's flopped down completely on the right hand side, and our other sort of more clean-faced individual is the one who is sitting up. It's actually really it's a lovely pose in terms of where we are here. I've positioned myself just a little bit further away so that I can try and get a little bit more of almost an eye level view. It's a little bit difficult, but it is amazing to see though nonetheless. Down he goes, getting comfortable. Can't blame them. There still are some dark clouds in the sky. The wind is really starting to swirl around quite a lot. And this has kind of been the agenda for these males, of really just take it easy, just rest up. And I mean, they've only really been shifting position as a result of other animals like that elephant. Lillian, you know you've hit that deep sleep, you've hit that deep slumber when you wake up and you've got wrinkles on your face. I'm sure we've all had it at some point in time, when you wake up in the morning and you've got creases on your face, when you just pass out. Wake up with a bit of drool next to you probably as well. It's a delightful picture that I'm painting here. Oh, goodness. But leaving our drool aside, it is a beautiful scene though. You know, the wind is still moving through his mane there. Beautiful sort of colours of some of the flowers in the foreground there. And as we talk about that, he sits up majestically. But he is a beauty, an absolute beauty. So the direction of where he's turned back and he's looking towards is the direction of the waterhole. I did go and drive along there just to double check and see if that elephant we had earlier hadn't gone down there for a drink. Remember, we heard him trumpeting quite loudly and there was no sign of him there, so maybe he'd kind of moved off into the thicket. You know, like we talked about earlier, once these animals do move off into the thicket, it's very difficult to find them, even if they're just a few meters off the side of the road. But maybe it was just a bird kind of flying across very quickly or something like that that's got his attention. There has been a pair of Cape turtle doves calling throughout pretty much the whole day here. I feel like we're really having some typical Eastern Cape weather. You know, started off the morning with rain, then the sun came out, then the rain came back again, and now, just now, I'm sure you saw that, how the scene, you know, brightened up a whole lot, and there was like a small shaft of sunlight that came through. So I feel like the weather really can't make up its mind in terms of what it wants to do here today. I think in terms of a spot for where these lions are resting, it's a perfect little spot. I mean, from this type of angle, it looks like there's that low sort of shrubbish bush everywhere. And if I pan to the side, you can kind of see how it's quite open. And that sort of open area extends to where the lions are resting. So it's not like they're going to have little bushes and things like that that are kind of scraping up against them and giving them a slightly tough time. I think they've chosen themselves a really cool little spot. And this is also a part of the reserve that is new for all of us. You know, I've driven along here a few times looking for animals, but this is the first time that we're bringing this part of the reserve live to you. So I feel like we're really having a good little run here at Kariega. You know, yesterday we found those 2 lionesses which we'd never seen before. Obviously today we're not showing much of the surrounding environment because it is quite thick, you can't really see where we are, but this is a new part of the reserve. Really getting a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Shame, he really does look a little sleepy, this male. Mallory? No, they are not twins. They stock standard brothers. I mean, remember, they do, I guess all male lions, they do look relatively similar. It's not like there's going to be huge differences from individual to individual. So like we talked about, the collared male, the one on the right, is the dominant male. And I actually did a little, not Q&A session, but I was asking the rangers a few questions and things like that. And I finally managed to find out the names of what these males are. So remember, in terms of naming individuals, it's kind of for identification purposes, not to familiarize yourself with, you know, Fred or Sean or Dean or whatever. So the more dominant male is known as Cambro, and the lesser dominant male, the male who we can see sitting up every now and then, is Gamka, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So both of those names, they come from the name of herbs that you can find in the area. So that's very cool, just a little bit more background on them. But I mean, there are the 2 dominant males on the reserve. And nice to see them kind of exploring, going into new areas. I mean, for them, this is not a new area. They patrol up and down here relatively often, but it is for us. Riley, I'm glad that you approve on the name selection there. I'll pass on your finest to the rangers and let them know it's been a solid choice. But I feel like the guys did do well. And often in terms of naming coalitions of lions or leopards or something like that, the name often originates from, like a behavioral characteristic, or an area that they might frequent on the reserve, or something like herbs related to these lions, something in the area. It's not like you're gonna name them after something you found in a different continent or something like that. I followed a young male leopard growing up, and as ability for hunting ducks, he'd swim into the waterhole and hunt ducks, which is, kind of goes against the grain of what a leopard does. Leopards usually don't enjoy water at all. There's my hiccup that I stifled again, guys. I'm proud of myself. So this leopard, when he got independent from mom and he started moving around, we obviously had to give him a name, so that if somebody says on the radio, we found this leopard, everybody knows the life history. So he was named Hlambela, which means the one who likes to swim, because he was forever swimming and trying to catch white-faced whistling ducks, which really is against the norm. There we go, look at that. We zoom into him, and as if on cue, he lifts his head for us. Look at that man. He is an absolute beaut. Seems like he's almost blow-dried, that thing.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I'm shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
And I guess if you go on holiday and you visit lodges and things like that, and you go to the bush, regardless of where it is in the country, a lot of places will offer night drives. that, you know, on your afternoon drive you can maybe do an afternoon game drive, you'll stop for an afternoon drink as the sun is going down, and then do a little bit of a night drive, maybe a 45-minute night drive or something like that. Because, you know, at night time it's hard. It's hard to find animals. So obviously you've got reflective eye shine of animals oscillating your spotlight from left to right, and it's hard to keep people as interested and involved as they are during the day, because obviously during the day you can scan around and look at things like that, but at night time it's tough. So you can kind of understand why you don't do a 4-hour night drive. But also I just do want to apologize for that wind. I mean, like I've been talking about, we've been having all types of weather here today. I'm sure you got the full brunt of that wherever you are watching from, so apologies for that. But yeah, what I was trying to get towards is that it is really hard to find animals at night time. You know, that's obviously why night drives and things like that are so much shorter. I remember I went with one of my friends who actually works here at Kariga now. We both worked at a different reserve up in Zululand before he started working here at Kariga and before I started with Wild Earth. And we were based at the same lodge, and we both didn't have guests the one night, or the one afternoon, and the next morning. So we thought, cool, let's actually go and do a little bit of a night mission. Let's go and see what we can find. And we left the lodge, I think, at about 9 or 9:30 in the evening, and we cruised. We just went out into the bush until 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. You know, just having a look to see what we could find, talking a little bit of rubbish along the way. And we found one porcupine, which was amazing, and one genet, and that was it. That was what we saw for the whole night. You know, it goes back to what I was talking about. It's hard to find animals at night. Not easy. But at the same time, you know, there are so many things that must take place, that must unfold under the cover of darkness, that we've just got absolutely no idea that is taking place. Apologies again about the wind, everybody. I'm sure you're getting a little bit of here. The wind is really starting to gust up now. Now, I've thought about, if you're wanting to go and sit out in the bush for a long time, maybe the best way to do it is to wait until your lions are really hungry, and you know there's a really good chance that you're going to go hunting tonight, and go and sit with them just before it gets dark. You know, so that you're not having to go and find them out when it's already dark. You know, you're not driving around looking for lions that you know that are probably moving, probably hunting. That you're with them before it gets dark, and then you follow them into the night. But I'll tell you one thing, after working in the bush for a few years, that is easier said than done. Even if you are lucky enough to then be with the lions while they start hunting, it's a fine balance of sensitivity, of not being too close to the lions and maybe giving them away and giving them an advantage, or the prey species an advantage. So it becomes very tricky. But I think for now, let's take you back across to Okukuyo.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, still lots going on here. Lovely Gemsbok making its way. And what kind of is like a coliseum with all these spectating Adam Storks out. Gemsbok still waiting in and about. The zebra coming down, good numbers. And the springbok still managing to hang around as well. Of course, the zebra, definitely those to watch at the moment, because those 4 magnificent Eddie bulls have all moved off to the tree line, to that Papani thicket. But good zebra numbers and good zebra vocals too. And always special with the Gemsbok about as well. And it seems wind is definitely playing with us across all the locations. So do bear with us. It might get a little bit shaky. We'll have to stay out here for now. But, the wind definitely out and about. The clouds seem to have been burnt off though. So if you have just joined us, welcome to Okakuyo. You are with myself, Alex, and we are currently enjoying Zebra Oryx, Springbok, and ever plentiful Adam Stork at the moment. They are all here. We've had 4 Ellie bulls that were with us earlier on. Lovely numbers of wildebeest, some kudu, black-faced impala here as well. We also spent some time across in Djuma, and we enjoyed the Egyptian geese family and Dewey the hippo that side. We've just come from Nick down in Kariga, who has had some elephant and those lovely 2 male lions as well. Top of some rain and some wind, which seems to be kind of the theme everywhere at the moment. Wind being rather blustery. Of course, if you have just tuned in, it is also a live and immersive experience, so do let us know on anything else that you do wish to hear about, ask, you might see, or any other point of interest you may have. Fantastic when we get to touch base with you all, and of course answer anything that you wish to know about. Also, if you aren't aware, Wild Earth is looking for donations, and that is in order for us to keep connecting people through live safaris, in particular those that can't afford it. And your donations then go towards obviously giving back and also continuing on with some of the great projects such as Wild Earth Kids Safaris. And our aim this week is to raise around $3,000. So if you have already, thank you very much. If you do have the ability to, please do head over to our website and click on the donation button. Otherwise, if you do need directions to the website, wildearth.tv/donate, and you will be able to see the tab for those donations. As I said, if you have, thank you very much, and if you can, please help us get to $3,000 this week. And you're able to actually see one of the elephant. The bull is just kind of very far away, but you'll see rather grey and round shape, perhaps even 1 or 2 of the others, but off in the distance there, and you see that hen spot kind of moving towards it. So just off the game trail, that kind of leads down to Okakuyo Waterhole. That is where that Ellie bull is, the one that is left. Hi Lexi, so these Ellies will move off to feed, so whether that be grazing or browsing, that is exactly what they are off to go and do. They spend roughly 80% of their day doing exactly that, feeding. The other 20% of the day made up of kind of coming through to waterholes such as this. Of course they'll go to a number of other waterholes as well. The next one from here is the Mbika waterhole. So maybe going between those, obviously moving around when there is surface water and it has rained, they'll also take from that as well. And then using that other bit of time to rest and sleep. So they'll be on a mission to kind of head off to where they feel is the best next bit of vegetation to consume. You'll be able to hear the European bee eaters. A couple more zebra coming down. So kind of little pockets or little harems kind of all seem to have splintered out a bit at the moment. You hear the wind as well. Definitely picking up. Ellie Bull quite happy just sitting there off in the distance, but the wind definitely getting rather intense at the moment. So still just enjoying this. It'll be interesting to see how the storks kind of react to this wind picking up in the way that it has. So something I'm keeping a tab on. Still can hear the European bee eaters. It looks like kind of drips and drabs of zebra coming down to join the others at the waterhole. And almost a sprinkling of impala that are hanging about as well. Always quite cool watching the young foals that they feel like they're straggling or left behind as they scoot along behind any of the adults or their mothers. Quite cool watching that, but so cool watching how the springbok seem to have also picked up their confidence with all the storks. So we're quite skittish at first, and clearly now a bit unperturbed by them all. So the European bee eaters being rather vocal at the moment. Sure, kind of using the wind as they are really adept flyers. And they kind of look like miniature Spitfire fighter planes. And you do see them. They're very colorful Spitfires. Are really quite stunning when you do get to see them. But really rather acrobatic and very good at flight. Perhaps this Ellie may be thinking of coming to join us now. Looks like he's back on the game trail. And size slowly getting bigger. It looks like he is on the way here. But, let's see. Perhaps he will treat us once again. So it looks like we're going to have to disengage patience gear and see if the Ellie will come down to us. And while we do that, it's time for us to head across to Nick, see what's going on with his lines.
Alex, good luck with your elephant there. You need one to surprise you, similar to how these lions got surprised. But you can see I've shifted position just a little bit here. as both of these males had kind of flipped over and were facing this direction. So obviously where I was positioned behind them. And really nice to see how our dominant male, who we haven't really seen a whole lot of activity from today, kind of giving himself a good little grooming session, a good little bathing session here. We did have quite a few strong gusts of wind that came through there, and I don't know if that potentially helped to kind of rouse him a little bit. But remember, with a little bit of rain that we've had today, maintaining their hygiene levels is definitely important. You know, they have shifted position here and there obviously today to get away from the elephant, to go to the tree and walking up and down. So maybe they might have got a little bit of water and things like that on their legs, on their paws. Looking at a few of the blades of grass surrounding me here, I can definitely see there's a lot of water still kind of sitting on them. So not a bad thing, just to maintain those hygiene levels. Oh, it's a nice big yawn. Maybe that male will sit up for us. There we go. My man. Oh, look at this. These lions have put on such a show for us today. This is incredible. This is really nice to see now how both of them are kind of grooming themselves. Lovely behavior to watch. Remember, in terms of precursors of moving, grooming and yawning are precursors to maybe getting up to move. So maybe there is a chance they might look to move somewhere. What would really be sort of the cream on top of the cake now, the cherry on top of the cake, was if we managed to see them grooming each other. You can see that lion on the right hand side really working his way through all of that mane. You can see him methodically moving from, when we're looking at him, the right hand side of the mane, and he's slowly moving across to the left hand side, going from all the way at the top as far as he can reach up and working his way down. I must say, it's always amazing to see how hardy and adaptable a lot of these animals out here are. Brandy, I think the wind is more of an irritation than an annoyance. I think it's a bit irritating in the fact that when it does get stronger, when it does gust up, it is a little bit more difficult to hear as well. But it's not like, you know, I think it would be more irritating for something like an impala, which, you know, they're on everybody's wish list in terms of, you know, predators and things like that. Whereas lions being right at the top of being an apex predator, you don't really need to worry about too much else. Obviously, like we saw with the elephant, they'll kind of demand respect because of their pure size. But I don't think that the lions will get all too frustrated with the wind. You know, I think it's obviously not pleasant, but they just deal with it. But we've really been lucky with them today and being able to obviously see all of that interaction, but we've been able to choose a whole lot of different angles, from low angles, where we go. Here comes the grooming. Oh, look at that. Yes, please. Here we go. Little bit of spooning between the brothers. Look at that. That is amazing behavior to see. Remember, this is going to be strengthening the bond between the two of them. Oh, we hit the jackpot. I feel like I should take a lotto ticket today. My word. Look at the size of that paw there as well. Sure, I don't think we can ask for much more. Look at this male's tongue coming out all the time. He's obviously got, while he was grooming himself, he's obviously got something in his mouth that, he doesn't want to be there. He's trying to get it out. But it's a bit of a funny pose, that. In terms of hygiene, grooming, most of it is going to be done individually by themselves, but obviously those very hard to get spots will be done by the brother. Calvin, 100%. This is right out the top drawer. There really are no words for this. It's almost like it was scripted. We were saying, oh, maybe they might get up. It would be lovely to see them grooming each other. And they've literally done everything that we were hoping for. And this is obviously a very active grooming session that we're watching here. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they did get up and start to move along somewhere else after this now. More than likely using the road as their path of least resistance, as their go-to track. But who knows, let's wait and see. Let's just enjoy this sighting while it's happening. So it'll be very interesting to see here if the roles are reversed, because at the moment the dominant male is being groomed. He's resting, he's the one lying down. It'll be interesting to see if there's a shift of roles, if he returns the favor. Just having a look at the male who's sitting up on his shoulder there, just to the right of the paw. It looks like there might be a small little wound. Starbuck, that is the eternal secret. I feel like if everybody knew that, everybody would be fit. We'd all use the exact concept that these lions are using. But it really is, it's amazing to think about it, and I've pondered on it for a few times before. Like you say, they are relatively lazy animals, If you think of what they do between hunting, let's say that, for instance, that these males just decided to chill for 3 days, not go do any active territorial patrols. They don't hunt for 3 days, and they do that pretty consecutively in cycles. How do they maintain that muscle structure? Is it metabolism? Do they just have a fired up metabolism? And it really is incredible. I mean, you look at human, fitness influencers and bodybuilders and things like that. Those people are tracking their calories. They're counting the amount of chicken and rice they eat with a scale. Whereas these guys, they don't do any of that, and they've just got it down. So to answer your question, I'm not exactly sure. I know that when they do get up, we saw this male really stretching out. They really tense all of the muscles in their body. And activate all of those different muscles. But further than that, I'm not too sure what their secret is. I wish I did know. So it seems like the favor is not going to be returned to his brother. Back down and resting like nothing happened.
Wildwood's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
The one on the right having a good smell every now and then. So I wonder if he hasn't picked up on the scent of any antelopes or anything like that, possibly not too far away. Obviously the wind is gusting, and it's with that gust it's going to be bringing along a whole horde of different scents that he'll be able to pick up and analyze. And quite nice from here. I'm actually going to just pan up and show you. So in the distance down there, we can see there's a small open clearing. There's a swallow flitting past. That open clearing we can see in the middle, that's kind of the plateau on the southern side of Scotia Dam from where we've come from. And from there it really drops down quite steeply to the left hand side to get down into the actual valley system itself. So nice to be able to actually get a better idea of exactly where we are. So in terms of if these males did want to find those lionesses that we saw yesterday during Escape to Nature, I would say the number one way that they would most likely have to find them is by roaring. You know, in terms of that, they can't really backtrack. It's been a while since they've been with those lionesses, so I don't think they would know where to start to potentially pick up their scent trail and follow that scent trail. So if they did want to meet up with them, they would roar to advertise their presence, and those lionesses would have to roar back. But obviously, you know, it's not like the lionesses will roar back every single time. I have seen lionesses who have brought down a kudu. There was 4 different lionesses and they'd killed a kudu. And the male lion, you could hear, was roaring and roaring, obviously looking to see where the pride was, and nobody was responding to him. Because those lionesses knew that if they roared, they advertised exactly where they are, that male lion would have come in and he would have dominated that kudu carcass. And they fed on that carcass for like a day and a half, and after a day and a half the male was still roaring. Then they responded back to him, and obviously by the time he got there to them, they'd finished that carcass. So you know, there was a little remnant of the carcass left that the male fed on, but the lionesses had had their fair share of what they wanted to eat. So it's definitely been documented and recorded that the lionesses won't respond to males every single time when they do roar. Remember, certain other times males may roar just to advertise their presence to other males. You know, that they are the dominant males of the area. I don't know how lionesses would figure that out. You know, but they obviously do amongst themselves. But you can see why a male lion is so sort of revered. You know, it portrays so much power, so much strength. And you see why a lot of people absolutely love lions, and in particular males. You know, you go onto YouTube and you type in a specific name of a coalition member, there will be YouTube video upon video, you know, of different individuals and where they were born, how old they were when they took over a pride, how many cubs they sired. You saw that male glancing on the left hand side there. There's some white-necked ravens that have just, 2 of them that have flown to the side here that kind of just caught their attention. But remember, everything out here is based on really a size hierarchy. So obviously we did have our elephant coming through earlier. I feel like even if a rhino did come through here, you know, rhinos are notorious for their poor eyesight. So you often do find rhinos walking kind of into a pride or a coalition of lions like this, inadvertently. And lions definitely make way more readily for elephants, but even for rhinos, they will get up and shift positions, they'll move. Marsha, in terms of weaknesses for lions, I feel like they've got a pretty solid set of senses on them. You know, from what I've seen, a potential weakness could be for lack of a better word, greediness? Potentially. I've seen quite a few up and coming males of this sort of age, 4 years, 5 years or so, that are really still coming into their prime, that are genetically big. They've taken over a pride, but they're quite often single males, and they look to expand their territory, which is quite natural for a lion to want to do. But I've seen particular individuals do it on a more exaggerated level, on almost a greedy type of path, of it getting to the point of, obviously, the more that they expand their territory is great, because they're going to be taking over more prides, they can mate with those females, they can pass their bloodline on. But in so doing, they kind of bite off a bit more that they can chew, and come across coalitions of 2, 3, even 4 lions, and that obviously ending very badly for them. Something's got their attention. Just having a scan across myself, I can't see anything, but obviously both of them are looking in the same direction. Both of their ears are up. I wonder what they've seen. No, both shifting their gaze pretty quickly, so obviously nothing too hectic, I'd say. So they're gazing back in the direction of the tree that they were resting under earlier. There is a pretty big shrub between me and that tree, so I can't see anything. But something's definitely still there or has walked past. You know, it was a very abrupt movement from both of them. They're both locked onto the same direction. But I'd love to know your thoughts. What do you guys think that they've seen? Do you think it could be that elephant again? Do you think it was potentially just a smell of something? Do you think they'll have to maybe even get up and move, or do you think they'll be able to stay here? Yeah, I've tried to have a little scan around this tree. Can't seem to see anything. I mean, obviously for us it would be amazing to see some interaction if that elephant did come back into the area, but for their sakes, I hope not. Just because they have been a little bit hassled by him already, they have had to change position. There's more white-necked ravens calling behind me. And earlier on they both did have a good look when those white-necked ravens came over. But you can see how that one at the front still very interested in whatever's in front of him. They're not really too worried about those ravens. Oh, there we go, they're both looking at them now. Alvin, it's something like a raven call. It's quite a piercing call, so it's kind of breaks the peacefulness of the environment, of what they've been doing. Obviously they've been resting, they've been sleeping, with those ravens flying pretty close by and making that call. It's definitely going to get their attention. They're not looking at it because they feel threatened by the raven or anything like that, but it's just grabbing their attention. And it's not just because it's specifically a raven, it could be any type of bird. You know, the raven's just got that piercing call. but it could be any type of bird. Hey, look at that. He has found himself a pillow, resting his chin on his brother's rump. So I think whatever kind of moved across that clearing doesn't seem too big, doesn't seem to really be keeping their attention for too long. You can see how both of them are starting to rest up again. Look at that male on the right hand side. Look at his shoulders now that he's kind of got a little bit more weight pushing down on them. They are thick. Yeah, look at the differences between the two different males of their shoulder region. Obviously the male on the right with everything a bit bunched up, a bit tighter. The male on the left with those muscles completely relaxed. Talking about white-necked ravens squawking and birds squawking. I think we've got some other birds with Alex that are starting to get very active, so let's take you across there.
Thanks, Nick. And as we thought and hoped, our bull Ellie did come back to join us. And there's quite a big herd of oryx just off to the right hand side. Still good numbers of zebra coming down. And of course, lots going on with the Adams storks, who interestingly enough are pretty much mute or silent throughout the majority of their lives. A little bit of kind of bill clicking and that would go on with them, but there's not much to be detected with regards to their audio, which would actually be quite fantastic, because birds in a flock of this size calling would be pretty overwhelming. But nice to sit back and enjoy this Ellie. I think he's perhaps going to start to move on off again. One last little spray and everyone giving him the right of way. So sadly, Ellie didn't hang around for as long as we hoped. He's going to start to move off. He's going to end up splitting a conveyor belt of zebra as they start to approach, but the oryx, now feeling it is safe enough for them to get in and wade into the water. Actually one of the bigger herds of oryx that we've seen in some time, at least for myself, so nice to be able to get them in good numbers. So quite cool to see, and very imposing with those horns of the gemsbok. Of course, they do use them in self-defense as well as in settling their own conflicts and sorting out dominance and mating rights too. So being able to ward off predators such as lions, cheetahs or wild dogs. It's rather fascinating. Good numbers coming through the entire day today. No complaints about that. That's amazing. As quick as that Ellie bull left, those oryx got right into the thick of things. And they've literally waded right into the middle of the Okakuya waterhole right now. The zebra also feeling quite confident in doing pretty much the same. It seems that the springbok have also started to figure out how to maneuver themselves with all of these Adam stalks about too. So it's always interesting. A different day, different dynamics being shown by the different species. Always cool to note these differences. It's still quite a bit windy. Really awesome watching as those oryx move out of there. Really such iconic antelope. Definitely Itosa specials. Amazing how quick they move out of the water there when they wanted to. It's quite funny. The zebras seem to show the most exuberance when they get down to the water and then kind of really not too happy with life and they move off to get back to grazing again. Where it was literally the opposite. That one oryx thought it was getting left behind and made a beeline straight out of the waterhole. Hi, Oliver. Thanks for that question. And sure, really throwing me under the bus here. I think probably some that come to mind or spring to mind, definitely not safe for work or for the airwaves. But some interesting ones that I have been asked, or I've heard people being asked in the past, are things like when and at what age do impala turn into kudu? That was one I found quite entertaining at the time. And it's generally the answers that come from these that are generally quite hilarious, but most often or not, it's one of those situations where you kind of have to be there to hear it, to encapsulate the entire mood. Another being a question that was asked around when giraffes sleep at night, where do they go and how do they sleep? And the answer given at that stage was that in the V's of the trees, just outside of camp, if you were to move outside of there after dinner, you would see the giraffe kind of tucked over with their chins in the V and then their legs curled right up and towards themselves and just hanging there like a little Christmas bauble. But yeah, most of them a little bit unsafe for those younger viewers or anyone else that may not enjoy that kind of humor. So probably best to avoid those. It looks like the zebra slowly all starting to move off anyway, and we've got a number of springbok that are still hanging about. It looks like the stork numbers have kind of really just distributed themselves, and I think that's really got to do with the disturbance of that elephant that did come down. Of course, the zebra also being able to kind of shift them, and the oryx that also made their way through too. So kind of have helped the stalks kind of spread out a little bit. Let's try to see if we can't zoom back out and just see kind of the full extent to how that has gone down. A number of them using the shade as well underneath the tree. And spreading out quite extensively at the moment. Some weavers on the sides of things. That really just shows you how much of the area they have taken over. Of course, this isn't the highest number of them that we have seen. At times where we've seen more of them. Of course, also spreading out, so it's quite possible that a number of others could be at other water holes. It's always cool to get a gauge on just where they may be, how that is all going down. It looks like there's some clouds slowly building off in the distance there. I've said this the last few times we've been on. We are still hoping that there is some more rain on the way for the season. Perhaps towards the end of the month. Who knows? Over the next few days that could also happen. We'll just have to wait and see. It seems the wind has kind of died down a little bit here at the moment. Not as kind of blustery or as gusty as what it was. There's that lovely call of the mourning dove. Let's see if we can't get a little closer. A couple more zebras slowly making their way down. And the aquatic adapted springbok that are in the center of the Okakuya waterhole right now. We're currently enjoying the sights and sounds of Okukuyo. The wind picking up. We have come back out a little bit just to take in more of the storks. A couple of the Cape Crows going rather wild there. The Springbok still enjoying their time down at the water. It looks like we may have a few more zebra coming down to join them as well. So this remains to be seen. But otherwise, enjoyable things going on. If you have just joined us, you are with myself, Alex. We are currently here at Okukuyo. We've had a number of things going on here today. Good bird life. We've got the Cape Crow calling right now. Adam Storks all about us. Blacksmith lapwings, the little grebe, European bee-eaters that have been around, acacia pied barbet, Cape turtle dove, mourning doves, some weavers that have also been here, 4 Ellie bulls, the Springbok, black-faced impala, kudu, good numbers of zebra. Nice to see 2 cool herds of both gemsbok and wildebeest here. We've also been across in Djuma. We spent time with Dewey the hippo and with the Egyptian geese are there. And we've also been down in Kariga with Nick, his lions, his elephant, his rain and his wind. It has been an eventful escape to nature. We have enjoyed cruising around the different areas. Also, if you have joined, of course, this is a live and immersive experience, so please do send through any questions, comments, things you wish to know, anything else that may be of interest to you. If you haven't, of course, you can subscribe to do that. Please also make sure to subscribe to the YouTube page if you do as well. And also, if you aren't aware, Wild Earth is not yet profitable, and we do rely on our subscribers and donations to keep connecting both young and old with nature through live safaris. And it is your donations that help us to continually go live for those who can't afford it, and also bring back some of the great projects like Wild Earth for kids safaris. Also, by donating, we are making a difference to the Wild Earth mission of connecting people to nature. It has been our aim this week to get in around $3,000. If you do have the availability, the option to, of course, the time, please do head across over to the Wild Earth website. That is wildearth.tv/donate. Click on the donate button to find out more. And of course, please help us with reaching our target. So it's the Cape Crows that seem to have warmed up those vocal cords at the moment, being the loudest around. That mourning dove also, that lovely coo, and a couple of zebra slowly coming down, smattering of springbok. So pretty much the same scenes, but lots of activity going in amongst. The nice is to sit back and watch how that all unfolds. Hi, Kevin, and that's an interesting question. And no, I'm yet to notice that, although I don't think the crows would really try too hard. The storks are quite a bit taller than them, and also, obviously, have greater numbers. So, yet to see any form of conflict really between them. I suppose probably just overwhelmed, if that was the case. There's still a fair amount going on. It looks like with the heat of the day really rapidly approaching us, probably within the next hour or so. That would probably be when Mercury does strike 34 if it hasn't already. Numbers of mammal life kind of tapering off. There is still a little harem of zebra just off to us on the western side of the waterhole, and we still have a few springbok that are with us. Kind of tough to pick them out with all of the storks that are around too. It does sound like another number of other birds are also trying to get their way down. That's also satisfy and quench that thirst. So just taking in all of this bird vocal at the moment. And of course, just appreciating the number of storks that are with us. It sounds like some of the sociable weavers that are busy and about at the moment. We stand to be corrected on that, but I do think that that is the call. So large flocks of them about. So here we are, just enjoying Okukuyo, waiting on the zebra to descend upon us. Of course, just sitting back and enjoying all the other audio and things going on and about. So quite enjoyable and also rather relaxing. Morgan, yes, definitely. It does look like that, kind of with their heads positioned away from the sun. Of course, the sun will, and is probably right ahead of them or above them right now, and it will set on the other side of the waterhole right now. When we're talking about them, we're talking about the Adams storks that are here. Zebra making their way through there on the western side, and that's where the sun will set later. So the sun pretty much right overhead at the moment. And really, I'm sure, rather warm. And these Adams storks being the smallest of the stork species that we would find in Africa. Only around a meter or so in height. T-Money. Sure. That is a puzzler. What language would the stork speak? I mean, I'd hate to be lame and say storkish, but I can't really think of anything off the top of my head right now. Perhaps Avio-Polish. Who knows? But yeah, very cool. Awesome though that these intra-African migrants have hung around for so long. Of course, very interesting coloration on them. Kind of pied color. Black and then white chests. Got a bit of blue from their eye down towards the tip of that bill, the start of that bill. The bill being black. And when the sun does shine on them correctly, you will see a bit of iridescence as well. But yeah, I think if they were communicating, it would probably be Avio-Polish or something like that. So some form of avian Russian is what I'm going with. Although they are African and are also found from West Africa down and across. So it could be one of the many dialects we do get from any of those. And maybe Storkili being the one that they would be chatting about, or within and amongst themselves. But I mean, yeah, that's just a stab in the dark, of course. I have no idea what language or dialect the storks do talk to themselves in. Sounds like we've got a little bit of bull chattering though going on amongst themselves. I did mention though that these storks are pretty much mute, so they don't really vocalize much at all. If anything, probably something that wouldn't be that audible to us anyway. It's quite cool. Actually, you can see a number of these storks even laying down on the ground and resting. Just here on the left-hand side of us. One or two that even have their wings open. I think that is some form of regulation that is going on. So that would be heat regulation. It's obviously rather hot. And it looks like one, as I said, definitely taking the opportunity to rest and lying down on the ground. Some of them also figuring out that the shade is probably where it is at and spending some much needed time there as well.
At Wild Earth, we are dedicated to bringing kids into the wild on our live, free, interactive safaris. Many of you will remember that we used to do this on a daily basis prior to the pandemic. But now, courtesy of our Wild Earth Explorers, we're aiming to take schools back into nature permanently. We'd like to extend an extremely heartfelt thanks to our Wild Earth Explorers who have helped us touch the lives of so many children.
So it seems the zebra have now got on their bicycles, headed off away from the plethora of storks that are here. I can see one springbok that has managed to find some comfort in and amongst the sprawling throng of storks. Just waiting to see if those final two zebra will perhaps come down and join us. Haven't seen the grebe for some time, and have not seen the Egyptian geese either. So clearly they've also moved on. Probably just with all the commotion that so many zebra, storks, springbok, wildebeest and others around that I think with that activity it's kind of just really spoilt the mood for them. It seems like with it getting rather warm, a lot keeping rather quiet at the moment. So a pensive moment for us to take in and enjoy these final moments of our escape to today's nature. So, if you haven't yet heard about it, this Saturday on the 18th of March at 8 p.m. CAT, there will be a storytelling fireside chat, and that is in aid of International Storytelling Day, and Tessa and Ben will be hosting that chat, and it is, of course, for explorers, and that is where both Tessa and Ben will be reciting some of their best stories from their time as a safari guide, along with some of our other guides as well. So don't miss out. 18th of March, 8 p.m. CAT. So still special pensive scenes here in Okukuyo. And these will be the scenes that we do have to end and close today with. So please sit back and enjoy. But it is sadly that time of the day where we do have to say cheerio, au revoir, auf Wiedersehen. Salagatle, and enjoy the rest of your day. It has been a fantastic escape to nature. And on behalf of all of us here, thank you very much for joining us as we did escape today, this Thursday. Of course, do hang around. There's, of course, lots more content to come. And the Sunset Safari to kickstart later on today. And of course, do join us again tomorrow as we escape to nature, 8:30 CAT. We look forward to showing you the wonderful sights, sounds, and interesting scenes of Africa's wilderness. But from all of us here, thank you very much. And of course, thank you to the wonderful nature and wilderness where all the action transpired today.